obliged to you, sir. So that when you get less than half of the government members in here to defend wrongdoing, because the people of Barbados are now satisfied. Look, them coming in. The people of Barbados are now satisfied that this government's persistent mismanagement of its public finance, with small numbers, no one in this government to defend it except the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who is sent here on these repeated missions to explain to this Parliament. They must have respect for this Parliament. And if you don't respect this Parliament with your presence, you are disrespecting the people who sent you here. Let me come on, Your Honour, to these loans. Once again, the people of Barbados are being asked to shoulder the burden of 2 loans. Yes, come in and take your seats. I'm summoning y'all. Come in and take your seats. I am summoning y'all to the people's business. You cannot conduct the business from week to week, Your Honour, with 8 and 9 people in here. May I proceed, sir?
Honourable Member, I never stopped you from proceeding. You are standing diligently, listening to your colleague on the other side from St. Thomas.
The Honourable Member,
I've not stopped you.
Her departure was formalized on Sunday, and any noises you hear from the Honourable Member for St. Thomas is her swan song. She's being, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas is being chucked out of office. Oh my God, the smiles you saw in St. Thomas, sir, she's being chucked out of office.
Honourable Member, speak to the resolution,
yes,
please.
Let us get to the resolution. All right, we're grateful. We have 15 now. We have exactly half of the House. The people of Barbados will be told that half of them are now in here on the people's business. Every week, you can't come in and address a chamber with a government that is prepared to defend what they're doing, the wrongdoing. Now, let us come to this loan. There are 2. There is the loan of $313.6 million from China Sinopharm International Corporation, and the government says it is to construct an extension to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. That's what they say. Now, the only matter on which I will join the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is that of welcoming those who came to hear him this morning from Sir Optimus International, and they do advocacy against domestic violence. And it was ironic that they came and observed the government doing domestic violence to the public finances of this country. I'm hoping to make this address with some measure of silence. I'm hoping so, but you may have to do something with the Honourable Member for St. Thomas. Now, this is the same government that borrowed $120 million from the European Investment Bank to finance the building of a hospital in St. Lucie. You know, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central spent all of this morning doing 2 things. He provided some O-level lecture in public finance to the children who were here, and he spent the other half of his time quarreling with me. And when he started, I admired his avuncular and pedagogical approach to those children. Until he turned to me and started to quarrel. And I have never heard so many references to me. What it meant is that the honourable member for Christchurch East Central apprehended that I was going to oppose this additional burden on the shoulders of the taxpayers of this country, and he's right. I'm going to oppose it in principle. But in delivering himself of that O-level lecture to the children, he told them that, let me quote him, he accused me of making good notes, and he's right on that. Yes, I found it so interesting. And he often makes resort to the dialect. And he pleaded with those children. He turned his body towards those children and said, "We ain't lick out no money." I was highly amused. He was begging them. We are not going to run and hide when it comes to this debt conversation. But I was particularly attracted to his plea to the little children of parents and grandparents, whom he burdens now. We ain't lick out no money. That was a plea made because the honourable member for Christchurch East Central recognizes that this government took a loan of $120 million from the European Investment Bank and has not given account for it. This is serious business. And this is why I urge larger government numbers in here to help the gentleman. Because they lick out the money that was intended to build a hospital in St. Lucie, a building that is now housing migrant workers. Where is the $120 million, government? Where is it? Don't come in here and abuse me. Don't be of avuncular posture and pedagogical approach to the children, and then towards the end of the speech turn and tell me that I'm a hypocrite. Apart from the fact that it is a breach of the standing orders. He used the word hypocrisy. I stood here and heard it. Hypocrisy was the word used. If you accuse a man of hypocrisy, you're telling him he's a hypocrite. I don't personally abuse anybody here. My conscience is clear. My conscience is clear. And I subscribe to the rules of decency. And that is no protest. I am a decent man. By the noise, you would think all 29 present. Only a few of them are here, you know, sir.
I remember continue.
By the noise you're hearing, you would think all 29 of them present. A few of them are here, keeping all that noise. But we are coming back. Are we wasting time? We are coming back. Let us waste some time while this government tells the people of Barbados where's the $120 million. Get vexed. Get vexed. Get vexed at the fact that this government has not given account for $120 million, which it borrowed from the European Investment Bank for the purpose of constructing a hospital in St. Lucie. And the honourable member for St. Lucie is across there. Isn't he embarrassed? And the so-called hospital is housing migrant workers. This is the practice of this government. And that is why the honourable member for Christchurch East Central got up in here today and said we ain't lick out no money. I hadn't said a word. I had not said a word. But he come in here quarreling with me this morning. And then say he ain't lick out nobody money. Well, if he ain't lick out the money, tell the people of Barbados where it is. Tell the people of Barbados where this honest and upstanding government has put that money. But we will come first to the loan for the hospital. The other hospital now that they claim that they're expanding. I am supposed to come here and agree with what they do, sir. As I said before, am I a madman? I am? Well, I might be mad, but I am foolish. I might be mad, but I am foolish. And the people of Barbados want to know, where is the money? Where's the $120 million loan? It is a fact. Get up and make us a point of order. Honourable member for Christchurch East Central, come in here this morning, quarrel with me. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. Where is the $120 million that was borrowed from the European Investment Bank, sir? And claiming perfection, and claiming proper fiscal management and financial management of this country's resources, where's the money? I started out on that because I want it to stay in the minds of Barbadians. I'm not saying that this government stole anything, but the people want the government to account for it. The people want this government to account for it, and I'm going to make them very uncomfortable this afternoon. Very uncomfortable. Now, they say that they're going to improve the QEH. Who's sucking their teeth now? Please don't do that in here. They say that they're going to improve the QEH. Now, the young people in here this morning who probably don't know much of their history beyond the turn of this century, would not be aware that the lands along Gemmots Lane used to be part of medical facilities. And they may not be aware that perhaps there's only one engineer here. Apart from one economist, there's only one engineer. And that engineer would tell you that it would probably have been more prudent to expand the hospital along Gemmots Lane. But this government will now be reminded by me, speaking on behalf of the people of Barbados, that rather than expand the hospital easily across the road, they gave away the lands. They gave away the lands. Highly valuable lands. And they gave it to a bank. Now, one of the things that past governments used to do to raise money, past governments used to construct buildings and sell them at a profit to the private sector that bought. This government has made a fundamental departure from past policy. And this government is now in the business of giving away highly valued lands to banks, alienating the patrimony of this country, cheating the people of this country of some of the most highly valued lands in Greater Bridgetown. And the honourable member spends 2 hours in here this morning saying that he ain't lick out no money. Well, I don't know what better example there is than that of licking out the taxpayers' property of high money value. And if they expect me to come in here and cuddle them every week, I'm going to disappoint them, because this government needs to be told on behalf of the people precisely what it is doing. And it gave lands valued at millions of dollars when the welfare department of this country is underfunded. I said it before and I'm going to say it again. If it troubles them, let it hurt them. Let these truths hurt this government. That this government took up highly valued lands next to a hospital. Those lands could have constituted the expansion of the hospital. But I'm not blaming the honourable member who brought the resolution here. I've already told him that I understand his role, and I predicted his destiny, and I predicted his current destination, and I'm no prophet. The writing was clear on the wall. I know who is who in this government, and I know who is treated the way they're treated because of who they are. And if they get me vexed this afternoon, I'm going to start calling the names of those who have been ill-treated and those who are destined for further ill-treatment. And it has absolutely nothing to do with merit. But let me press on, sir. If I hear any more noises, more names. list coming. And so, a bank was given highly valued lands. A bank, sir. A profit-making enterprise. And you know what they did a few days ago, Your Honor? They took the chairman of that bank. This is not sacred territory. This is a national honor of which I speak. What contribution has the chairman of that bank made to this country that entitles him to receive this country's highest national honor? These things are all connected, Your Honor. Let those who make noise in here, below my voice, raise their voice now and tell you what has entitled the chairman of that bank who got free land. What is it that entitled him to a national honor, the highest national honor? Whether they say honorary or otherwise, the plot is thickening. And the people of Barbados are seeing these transactions, and they're asking questions. So the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central can continue to say he ain't lick out no money. But something getting lick out, and something getting lick up. And it is the wealth of this country that is being alienated to people who have made absolutely no contribution to this country. A chairman of a bank saunters into this country, gets the highest national award after receiving highly valued lands that belong to the people of Barbados, highly valued lands that could have constituted the extension of the hospital, and he gets an award. But you know what was the contribution of that bank to Barbados? $25 million for cricket development. $25 million for cricket development. Tell the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central to account for that. Where is the cricket development for that $25 million? Non-existent. And that is why the people of Barbados continue to ask questions of this government. Why should this government come in here in their abundant numbers expecting support from me? Little old me. Little old me. Why should I give support to wrongdoing? It is wrongdoing, Your Honor. And there's nothing that will cause me to say that wrongdoing is right. It is wrong. It is wrong to borrow $25 million from the bank. The $25 million has disappeared into the crevices of this country, and there's no account given for it. What cricket development, what? I represent the constituency of Christchurch South, and they claim that they spent $5 million up there out of the $25 million, and the people up there are still looking for it, because every time it rains, sand is all over the floor of the kiosk. And there's a serious flooding and drainage problem in Oistins now, even now, $5 million later, $25 million of a loan later, and I'm supposed to come in here and cuddle the members of the government, cuddle them with soft words, be their friend. I'm supposed to look at them with gentle looks and say, oh, everything is so right in this government. Your Honor, so much is wrong in this government. So much is wrong. Where are those monies? What they ought to be doing with this loan from the China Sinopharm International Corporation, there needs to be expansion, there needs to be improvement at the present facility called the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Now, this is not a criticism of those who work there, but the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is becoming a disaster zone, and it must be classified as a disaster zone when people wait in accident and emergency for 3 to 5 days and die. And I wish that I had had the opportunity to say this to these children this morning, that maybe they're the grandchildren or the children of someone who has died in accident and emergency waiting for treatment, sitting in a chair, literally sitting in a chair, for 3 to 5 days and died. That is happening in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. That is happening while this government continues to borrow millions and billions of dollars. Is it correct to say that this year they've borrowed more than $1 billion? And if you borrow more than $1 billion, why are people dying in accident and emergency? But you are expanding across the street. And that overpass, the engineering here will tell you that that overpass itself will be a heavy part of considerable expense. And that engineer here will tell you, unless they force him to say otherwise, in breach of his engineering knowledge, unless they force him to get up today and speak against what he knows as an engineer, he will agree that it would have been far more efficient use of land to build in the direction of Gemmont's Lane. But for God's sake, they have alienated Gemmont's Lane permanently. They have given it to a bank, and they have awarded the head of that bank with Barbados' highest honor. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. William Shakespeare. And if he were alive today, he might adapt it. Something is rotten in the state of Barbados. Something is rotten. Put 2 and 2 together. The gift of land and the awarding of Barbados' highest honor. Has that been the extent? Has that been the extent and the full extent of transactions? Or is there a silent transaction at work in this country between this government and the bank? Put 2 and 2 together. Let us hear what makes sense. And let us understand that the people of Barbados are not foolish. And let us understand that the people of Barbados are saying that it seems that there's some hidden transaction between this government and the African Bank. Those who have consciences, let them express themselves now. Those who are complicit with knowledge of these hidden transactions, well, let them package their consciences and quietly assemble and quietly leave at the end of this session. But the people of Barbados are asking questions about these loans. And the people of Barbados are entitled to ask questions about these loans. Who will confess? The honorable member said that, heard him this morning, that he is approaching the age where his knees have gone. I don't think his knees have gone for having knelt and confessed the sins of this government, but somebody needs to kneel and confess the sins of this government. Certainly in its management and mismanagement of the billions of dollars in loans that it has taken. Somebody needs to confess. And if the honorable member for Christchurch East Central told us this morning that his knees have gone, his knees are of no use to him any longer, he can delegate someone to confess, to kneel and confess the sins of this government. Now, so we have the matter of the Chinese loan. Now, the honorable member understandably dealt with that briefly, and one can understand why. He gave no indication as to when this extension to the hospital would begin. If he did that, I confess that I may have been writing not only copious but abundant notes, accurate notes, and that I may have missed it, but you could at least tell the people of Barbados when the extension is going to begin. But then you did not tell the people of Barbados when the hospital construction at St. Lucie was going to begin. Theoretically, it is still due to begin because nothing has happened there. perhaps the migrant labor that is living in the people's place is going to move out and they'll build the hospital. And we have an honorable member for St. Lucie in here, thumping the table, thumping a table when he hears about these things. They borrow money for social services and can't get the brown water in St. Lucie turned clear. And the honorable member for St. Lucie is coming in here betraying the interests of the people of St. Lucie by applauding every wrongdoing that this government is committing against the people of his constituency. That's the swan song you're hearing, sir. The honorable member for St. Thomas, her hustling out of in here was formalized on Sunday. And you know when you cut off a chicken side, if you let him go, he running around that yard, he fluttering. Head off, but he fluttering. So what you're hearing from the honorable member for St. Thomas is a chicken that has lost its head. She just fluttering.
Honourable member, under my watch in this honourable chamber, those words will not be permitted. You need to withdraw those comments. Honourable member for Christchurch South, you need to withdraw those comments in reference to the honourable member from the honourable member for St. Thomas.
St. Thomas.
You need to withdraw, honourable member, you need to withdraw those comments.
No, I did not accuse her of hypocrisy.
Honourable member, you need to withdraw.
I did not accuse her of hypocrisy, but if you wish me to withdraw those words,
yes, you need to.
so shall I do. So shall I do, sir. All I will say is that I don't know how many of them here will admit that they've killed a chicken. When you kill a chicken, you just cut off the head, and you have to hold the wings down. And as a little boy, sometimes the chicken is so energetic, even without a head. He gets away from you and he's across the yard and the blood is rushing from its neck.
Honourable member, continue as it relates to the debate,
Yes.
please. Please.
And he's fluttering.
Honourable member, continue
Yes.
as it relates
Let
to
us
the
continue,
resolution,
sir.
please.
While the headless chicken is fluttering,
Honourable member, make reference to the resolution, please. Please.
I take it you've never killed a chicken, sir.
Honourable member, please continue relative to the land resolution,
Are you hearing
please.
the honorable member for St. Thomas?
It does not have the audience, you have the audience.
Yeah, but
You-
you're hearing her.
Honourable member, speak to the resolution, please.
The final flutter. So that, Your Honor, let us come on then, relieve the African loan, joined by, now you never, after the chicken is killed,
Honourable member, do I need to repeat myself? Please resort to the debate before this chamber and not be concerned by what may be said by honourable members on that side, please.
but aren't they interrupting you, sir?
No, they're not.
They're not.
So do not let them interrupt you. Continue. You'll be doing all right without the interruption.
So that let us close the present debate.
Honourable members, please allow
Thank
the
you.
honourable member for Christchurch South
Thank you.
to speak in silence, please.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Honourable member, please allow the
Here we
honourable member
are.
for Christchurch South to speak in silence, please.
I so thank you, sir. And does the public now know that you have censured the honorable member for St. Lucie? Let us come to the other loan, and this is the loan that must attract greater attention. This is a loan that is purporting to be in the sum of Barbados $100 million from the OPEC fund to finance the program to strengthen social services in Barbados. Isn't this government embarrassed? Isn't this government embarrassed in December 2025 to be talking about strengthening the social services? Well, let me tell the people of Barbados what the social services in this country are. The social services include sanitation. Sanitation. And people all across Barbados are complaining that they can't get a proper garbage collection. That's one of the social services. I mentioned the QEH, another social service. And I'm going to come to another one. The parents of this country are expected very shortly to receive a letter telling them and their children about the cost of education. You can term that the sword of Damocles. Why in 2025 must a government issue a letter to the parents of this country reminding them as to the high cost of education? The cost of education has never been low. There has been a higher cost of not educating people. Why is it all of a sudden an issue? Is it an issue because this government intends to discontinue public education?
Honourable Member for St. James North.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honourable Member for Christchurch South not only to not mislead this chamber, not mislead the public. I know he's misleading himself, but equally, he has a duty not to mislead the public. Mr. Speaker, this government, and I want to make it lucidly clear, has no intention and will never make it a situation where the young people of this country, now or in the future, have to pay at the point of delivery for their education. And I want that to be on the record, and the Honourable Member needs to withdraw that from his record.
Let him keep some noise. That constitutes the first public disavowal of what the Ministry of Education has been accused of. The Ministry of Education has been called upon by the people of this country to explain why in 2025 a letter is being written to the parents of the suffering little children of this country to remind them of the high cost of education. I invite the Honourable Member for St. James North to stand and tell the people why the letter is going out.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I raised a point of order.
Continue, Honourable Member for St. James North.
It was not my intention to interrupt the Honourable Leader of the Opposition in his presentation. But let me start by saying simply this. Within the last few days, I spoke to the country on a number of occasions as to the clarity of... Mr. Speaker, sir.
Is it a point of order or is it
Honourable Member for Christchurch South, I am the sole determinant of that. You have no place in this regard. I am the sole determining factor. I determine whether it's a point of order or not. You're out of place. Honourable Member for Christchurch South, I make that determination. I am vested solely with that authority, sir. Continue, Honourable Member.
He doesn't know the difference between court and parliament.
You reflecting on the Speaker?
Continue, Honourable Member for St. James North.
Speaker, sir. Within the last few days, I made it very clear to the country on more than one occasion as to the intent of the government, of the purpose of that letter, going to parents on the value of education. On the value of education. Mr. Speaker, there will be another time where I will treat to these issues. Now is not that time, but let the record reflect. And I urge the Honourable Member for Christchurch South not to mislead the public. Not to mislead the public, and he needs to withdraw what he said.
Me too. Me too.
Honourable member addressing.
That's the firefighter for you.
Honourable member for Christchurch South address the chair, not the member for St. James North. Honourable member for Christchurch South address the
He said
chair.
he's gonna come out here and beat me.
Honourable member. Honourable member for Christchurch South,
He
please
said he's gonna
continue.
he said he's gonna come out here and beat me. Look,
Honourable member, if that's the case, I will protect you.
Thank
Have
you,
no
sir.
fear.
thank you, sir.
I shall protect you.
And the honourable member for St. James North has now clarified for the people of Barbados that the letter is intended to remind the people of Barbados as to the value of education. I think the people of Barbados, since 1961, have always understood the value of education. And the honourable member for Christchurch East Central will remind the honourable member for St. James North that there's a difference between value and cost. And the letter spoke not to value, the letter spoke to cost. You done? You tell me? Oh, good, good. He's finished. He out of steam.
Honourable member address the chair.
I got you. I got you.
Honourable member speaking to honourable member for St. Thomas. You actually are speaking.
Got she make up.
Honourable member address the chair and the
Got your makeup. You can't get out of this. Full Nelson. So that, Your Honor, the honourable member for St. James North has now clarified for Barbadians that the letter is being written to tell Barbadians as to the value of education. My response to the honourable member for St. James North is that since 1961, the revolution of 1961, Barbadians have never been in any doubt as to the value of education. The letter said nothing about value. The threat, and I say it's a threat, the threat made is as to the cost, the high cost. To what do they relate it? The honourable member can interrupt me, but I'm going to say what I surmise.
Wait, honourable member.
Mr.
Honourable member for St. James North. Honourable member Christchurch South. This debate is centered around a resolution in relation to. Right. Please continue on that. Please continue.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I just want to clarify again for the House and for the public who are tuned in. The purpose of the letter is to ensure, one, that the country understands the value of education, and two, to make it very clear again, households will see at the bottom a zero balance. Throughout the years, irrespective of administration in this country, we pay for education for our children, but we're helping them to understand the value. And we say to them at the bottom of that same letter, the cost to you in your household, Mr. Speaker, $0 Barbados dollars.
Continue, honourable member.
Yes, we're not going to go around in circles. I think that on the next occasion that the honourable member for St. James North gets up, he should be preparing an apology to the people of Barbados. He should be preparing an apology. And I will repeat that no one in Barbados of sound mind is in any doubt as to the value of education. And this zero balance, to be honest with you, sir, I don't quite know what it means, but I will conjecture as much as that this government is using this letter as one of its creative ways to resist the upsurge of violence. And that this government is really telling the children of Barbados to take responsibility for violence in schools. That it is a threat. You up again?
Honourable member. Please, honourable member for Christchurch, so please direct your debate to what is confined to, as it relates. Yes, continue.
Social services. The honourable member for Christchurch East Central spoke of social services. The loan is for social services. Education is a social service. All governments that have occupied office in this country have been committed to the delivery of education as a social service. Free. Free. From 5 to university. Free. You know, the irony, sir, is that the only people who pay for their education in this country are toddlers. And I've never understood it. Why should a child, mother gets pregnant, she has to take maternity leave, and then she struggles to get back out to work. So she has to struggle to get back out to work and still pay for the nursery. I've never understood that. We paying for university. We, the taxpayers, pay for university attendance, and yet we can't pay for the nurseries for toddlers. I don't understand it. Perhaps the government, in its wisdom, will see it fit and proper to have nursery fees made as free as our primary, secondary, and university fees. Perhaps they will. But I will repeat for the people of Barbados to hear that the letter represents a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the people of this country, and it is really saying to the people of this country that if you don't behave yourself in the schools, we're going to make you pay. That is what the letter is about.
I remember.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order again. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition is misleading the House. He's misleading the country. Never can I imagine, Mr. Speaker, that can no one understand what the value of zero means. Zero means zero, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the letter, and I'm going to treat to it in my presentation, is to, one, as I said before, Mr. Speaker, to treat to the issue of the value of our education. And two, to help the country understand that what we continue and shall continue to do, you will see that zero balance to the household. Very simple. This is not the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Your Honor, I am free to express an opinion. And I am going to continue to express the opinion that our schools in this country are afflicted by violence among children.
Mr.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order because the honourable member, as is his wont, continues to not just mislead, but to misunderstand the value of numbers. And I can empathize with him because somebody who doesn't understand numbers will not understand the value of zero. But the average Bajan, from primary school child right up to grandparent or great-grandparent, understands that zero means nothing. And that if a letter goes stating that this is what the government of Barbados is paying on your behalf, and that you have a zero balance, Mr. Speaker, it must mean that there is nothing to be paid by anybody. But I find it curious that the person who claims to lead the Democratic Labour Party now, having been a recent acolyte in the last 2 years, may have forgotten that the only political party in Barbados since independence that has ever tried and succeeded on charging Barbadians for education, kicking down the ladder on which they themselves rose, is the Democratic Labour Party. And the only person in this chamber who can speak to both occasions is myself. Because when I became a Minister of Education in 1994, the last loan given by the World Bank before Barbados was graduated from being able to borrow from the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development was a loan for education. And the then government of the Democratic Labour Party in the early 1990s committed to charging fees at the University of the West Indies, the Barbados Community College, and the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute. Having failed because the good people of Barbados had the sense to elect the Barbados Labour Party, who could manage this economy without making poor people, children, pay for education in this country. We went through a period from 1994 until 2008 when we were there, and the Democratic Labour Party continued for another 5 years, when on the 8th of August 2013, on the 8th of August 2013, a death sentence was sent down on poor people, children in this country by the charging of fees at the University of the West Indies, and with a clear indication that more was to follow at the Barbados Community College and the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute. The Deputy Prime Minister, upon election in this country, she was not deputy then, was Minister of Education. And between herself and the member for Christchurch East Central, the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance, along with myself, paid to the wicked and iniquitous policy that saw Barbadian children. And there are members of the Democratic Labour Party to this day that they wonder, where are they? Why are they not supporting us in George Street? And to my certain knowledge, many of them have said, because a crime was committed against my children when the Democratic Labour Party chose to remove free education at the tertiary level. So I don't mind all of this bluster in here. Sir, it is the same bluster that caused him to talk about how many members of parliament inside the House, when the member for St. Thomas had to remind him that he was the one person that the chief whip and the government could not rely on to be in parliament on a Tuesday when the Tuesday comes. So he knows well how not to be here. His problem is that he has no choice now because he is one, however disingenuously so.
Your Honor, do I look afraid to you? Your Honor, do I look afraid to you? I'm not afraid. I don't care who they bring. I don't care who they bring. And I'm going to respond and say to this government, the letter, sir, through you to the Honourable Member for St. James North and to the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, the letter is not about numbers. So don't come in here and tell me it is about zero balance.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member sat, and I think that he was inviting me, since he has admitted that he is my proxy in George Street, he is inviting me to help him further by saying that the only body who cannot talk about free education in this parliament is somebody leading the Democratic Labour Party.
Honourable Gracious, so
Thanks
continue.
a little bit of
Do I look afraid to you, sir?
Continue, Honourable.
Do I look afraid to you, sir?
Continue.
I'm not afraid, you know. I don't care who they bring. I don't care who they bring. They got more? Tell them come. The letter is not about numbers. The letter is about an intent. The letter is an intent to punish the children of Barbados with the payment of fees if their behavior in school does not improve. I look frightened to you, sir.
Speaker, sir.
Honourable Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member is entitled to his own opinion, which more often than not is wrong. And his ability to move with ease from party to party to party to party shows that he does not have a constant opinion that can anchor him. But having said that, I want it to be made absolutely clear to the people of this country who must not be misled by a member who has nothing to say on the loans that are before this House, but is now choosing to go far and wide and to create mischief, deliberately so, when, as Prime Minister of this nation, and the Minister of Education so charged with the responsibility, along with the Minister of Tertiary Education, for the provision of education to Barbadians, have said absolutely no fees for any Barbadian. This is an article of faith. And you know, sir, what makes this even worse? He signed the document. He signed the manifesto. He signed the commitment to ensure that that is the case. But he seems now to have his head little muddled, and hides behind the fact that he is not afraid, but there's nothing to be afraid of. So that the only body who is casting out the fear and then trying to knock it down is he himself. But that is because, as usual, there is nothing to say on the substance of the motions before the Honourable Chamber.
And I applaud the government for, another one. I applaud the government for the increase in numbers. When I started this afternoon, I frightened, yeah, I frightened. I'm frightened for that one. That's the one I'm frightened for. You know, Your Honor, they got more to come, you know?
Honourable, that you remember him, Thomas, that is your friend. That is your friend, not your antagonist. You speak very highly of her in this honourable chamber, you do.
So back to the letter, sir. Look, I sympathize with them for the disorder that is occurring in the schools of this country. I can look around this chamber and I see several parents, as I said, natural and adoptive. And the level of violence in the schools disturbs us. And I have the right to say what the people of Barbados are saying. That the levels of violence in Barbados and in Barbados' schools needs to be curbed and controlled. And I think the people of Barbados would love it if the Honourable Minister of Education would confess that he is having some difficulty managing the school population. You only have to go on your WhatsApp medium from time to time and see the fights. You only have to take testimony from teachers.
I remember this has to do with the alone.
The alone.
Violence and the alone.
Yes,
There's a nexus.
Look.
I remember there's a nexus.
Beg pardon?
There is a nexus between.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Christchurch, East Central, this morning spoke as to policy-based loans. I don't write notes because I have a good handwriting, which I don't. I write notes so that I can follow debates in here. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central got up in here this morning and thanked several of his colleagues. He said Christchurch East, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East solved the sewage problem. He said the Honourable Member for St. Michael East solved the garbage truck problem. The Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central solve the bus problem, all social services and the delivery of those services. And so, Your Honor, I reserve the right to respond in kind. And education was mentioned. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central mentioned education. He spoke, the Honourable Member spoke of the construction of some educational plant somewhere. I had it written, but the point is, the loan is for the delivery of social services, and the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central spoke with particularity as to the delivery of social services. Education was included, and I am including it now. And I am saying that there is no satisfactory plan to solve the problem of education in this country. Your Honor, you know what the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central said in here this morning? He said, the Honourable Member said, that the loans are going to retrofit schools for the disabled. And we applaud that. But I say that to say that reference was made to the educational plan in this country. And the Honourable Member confessed that he had the privilege, the pleasure of delivering the guest lecture at the speech day last week. And I saw the next day in the paper that he went to his alma mater, yours as well, sir. And that is going to be the first school with an elevator. And that is this government's contribution to education in this country, to build an elevator at his alma mater. First out the blocks, he says. But I am saying that he has not resolved the problem that confronts the honourable member for St. James North. Because the honourable member for St. James North has a big problem on his hands. He has a dilemma. And he is charged with responsibility on behalf of this government to resolve the crisis in education. Education which is being delivered as a social service. Education which is being delivered at high cost. It has never ceased to be of high value, but the cost and zero balance. You think it needs this honourable minister in office to tell the people about the cost? They know. The people of Barbados over the years have consented to make their taxes available for two institutions, two services, education and health. That agreement is written in stone, that every government must commit itself to bearing the costs of education and health. This government, and this is my opinion, and I'm not alone in this opinion, this government is threatening the people of Barbados that education, with its high costs, that the taxpayers will be asked to bear even higher costs within privatization of that service. That is what the people in this country fear. And if it sounds bad to this government, it is bad. It is bad. It is a bad thing to do. All these years after 1961, and I'm not backing down. Do I look afraid to you, sir? I'm not.
Honourable St. James North.
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order. I want to make it very clear again, Mr. Speaker. The government has no intention of privatizing our education in Barbados. It will remain free at the point of delivery for the people of this country. I want to repeat it again. Maybe I should say in French for the honourable member for Christchurch South, but I doesn't know if he's fluent in French or Spanish or German, so I would choose English. If he wants me to say in Bajan, I will say so. It can remain free, Mr. Speaker. But do not mislead the public of this country for cheap political gains. It is wrong, it is unjust. And I ask for him, as he continues to make his intervention, to speak the truth and to speak it with a level of honesty that will not just mislead this House, but to ensure that the country will not be misled, particularly on key matters of governance and policy in this country.
The people of this country will accept if the honourable member for St. James North gets up in here this afternoon and apologizes to the people of Barbados and says that he will no longer send the letter. He has the opportunity to get up now and promise the people of Barbados that the letter will not be sent. And in fact, what I am doing now, I am demanding that this government withdraws its intention to send that contemptuous and scurrilous letter to the people of Barbados. There's no need for it. There is absolutely no need for it, because the honourable member has been given the opportunity here today to explain why he is sending the letter. And of course, Your Honour, he admits that he's going to send it. He doesn't say when, but the people, the parents of this country, are trembling at the prospect of receiving it, and they're trembling at future prospect. Now, we have forced the honourable member, and this is beautiful. We have forced the honourable member to withdraw, to resile from any intention that they may have had. I choose my words very carefully, that they may have had. And the honourable member has now said to the people of Barbados, we are not intending to charge you. We are not intending to charge you. We are not so immodest as to take credit for it. But with that statement made to the people of Barbados, I asked the government to go further and tell the people of Barbados that the letter will be withdrawn. I don't know if they've typed it already. I don't know if the postmen who were assigned to do the enumeration exercise have that letter to deliver. We don't know. But please, government, please withdraw the letter. That is not, look, we're in the season of Advent. That is not a good Christmas package to receive. That on the eve of Christmas, a postman turns up with a letter of that nature and quality and kind, unkind as it is. What is its purpose? Zero balance. I repeat, in closing this part of the discussion, it is not about numbers. It is about dignity. It is about the dignified right of every child to enjoy access to free education without a threat, without a veiled threat as to the withdrawal of that service by this government. Withdraw the letter. If it is written, tear it up. I asked the honorable member for St. James North not even to think of putting his signature on that document. I move on, sir. I move on. And you know this government is going to have a hard time defending against that charge. This government is going to have a hard time defending against the charge that it intends, or that it had the intent before today, to charge the people of this country, the poor people of this country, to go to school.
Honourable, continue. Continue, Honourable. Press yourself.
You know that's a breach of the standing orders. The honourable member for St. James North got up 3 or 4 times.
Honourable, I determined was a breach of the standing orders. That is my domain.
But
I am responsible for that.
You know,
no other member in this chamber has the authority to speak about any breach. That is my sole domain, and it shall so remain. Continue, Honourable Member, praise yourself.
what is ironic is that we were discussing violence. When he said it, I thought somebody had fired a gunshot. But he's running all over St. Peter now.
Honourable Member, please continue as it relates to the debate. Don't cast your sight on.
Yeah,
Please do not speak across the floor. Speak to the chair.
This is the first time he's canvassing St. Peter
Honourable
since
members,
2018.
please speak to the chair.
He couldn't canvass the last election because it was COVID. The last time he went in St. Peter is 2018.
Honourable Member, please refer to that person as the Honourable Member, not he.
Apart from going home.
Please refer to that person as the Honourable Member, please.
Yes. The Honourable Member for St. Peter has delivered no service to the people in St. Peter, except to say hi on his way home. And he all over St. Peter now scrambling. First, he campaigned.
Honourable Member, campaigning in St. Peter or St. John or St. Joseph has nothing to do with the resolution before this Honourable Chamber. Leave that for soap opera outside of this chamber. The time will come when you all can do that. Please continue with the debate, sir.
Tell him don't interrupt me. Because the Honourable Member was canvassing in Boscobel last week. I thought Boscobel was a strong B area. He down there begging people to vote for him. But let us move on. Let us move on, sir. Now, we were saying that the government will find it difficult to defend that letter. Now, if I say to this Parliament that the letter is expected before Christmas, is the Honourable Minister of Education willing to get up in here and say that the letter will not be delivered before Christmas? Or is the Honourable Member for St. James North willing to say that the letter will not be sent at all? Will we leave this debate with the people of Barbados not hearing that the government intends to withdraw the letter? Will they withdraw the letter in shame and silence, or will they deliver an official statement of withdrawal? The people await. And let me tell you why, Your Honor, people are afraid of the letter. There's another social service, transport. The Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast is in here. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast is also the Minister of Transport and Works. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast has told the people of this country that the Transport Board will be divested. sold, sent into private hands. That is a social service that has been delivered in this country for the last 70 years. Like education. Education has been delivered as a social service in this country since 1961. Two institutions, Your Honor. Education and transport. Two treasured institutions in this country that have brought dignity into the lives of poor people. And you don't have to be poor to admit that you enjoy the benefits of education and public transport. And this government, the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister came in here and used two words just now, wicked and iniquitous. And I would have to, we're on the subject of loans, I would like to borrow those words from the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast. Make good. And to ask this government now to tell the people of Barbados why it intends to take poor people and middle-income people off public transport at subsidized fares, $3.50, in an economy where the cost of living is killing people. And if you privatize transport in Barbados, everybody knows, you don't have to be the economist in here, everybody knows that fares will double and almost triple. Why is this government doing this to poor people in this country? Why? Is there some good reason for this? Why are you sending a letter telling people about education is free? They knew that since 1961, after the conversation between Sir James Cameron Chode and Right Excellent Errol Walton Barrow. They knew. They don't need any reminder from this government. This government that has betrayed the principles of social democracy, every policy of this government is anti-people. Every policy of this government is intended to squeeze poor people in this country. Somebody has to say it. Somebody has to say it. If you want to object, my friend, stand up. I would say. I will say it. You tell me you can come over here and beat me. You can beat me? Charles? Charles? I spoke of the headless chicken earlier. Charles? Why y'all unfair in Charles, you know?
That has to do with the debate, sir? Oh, that comes in this debate?
Poor Charles. Poor Charles. But look, sir, I want the government to, not me, the people in Barbados want the Honourable Member for St. Michael South East, as the Minister of Education has now confessed, the Honourable Member for St. James North has now agreed that the letter has no wicked and iniquitous content, that he is willing to withdraw it.
Honourable Member, please attribute truth. I am in this chair and I hear and remember well. Please do not attribute things that have not. Honourable Member for Christchurch South, please do not attribute things to the Honourable Member for St. George that he has not, St. James North that he has not said. Please, Honourable Member for Christchurch. So please.
We take it then. Barbadians now take it that that letter will not come. He's silent. The Honourable Member for St. James North is silent. We have pleaded with the Honourable Member to withdraw the letter. Is he going to withdraw it, sir? Or will the children of this country get that threat for Christmas? He was about to rise. He's changed his mind. The letter is coming. The letter is coming. That's the official position of this government. This government does not care who is afraid of them. This government does not care if the people in this country are nervous. This government intends to issue that threat before Christmas. That is what this government is intending to do, and to give the parents of this country, the poor parents of this country, a sad Christmas and an unhappy New Year. I come back to transport now, because we are on the social services, and directly opposite me is the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast. Do I look afraid to you, sir? I'm not. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast now has to give account to the people of Barbados for another threat, a threat to close a service that has delivered to poor people in this country for the last 70 years. What say this government? What say this government to the people in Pinelands? What say this government to the people in Pike Corner and Belle Plaine? What say this government? What say this government to the people in Bayfield who can pay $3.50 and get to town, while Uber is on its way and it will cost more in an Uber taxi to get to town? This government has a lot to answer for. This government is on trial today, and I'm going to prosecute this government. How do you plead, government? How do you plead, government, about the plan to further impoverish the poor in Barbados by casting oppressive bus fares on them? How plead you, government? You are guilty, government. How do you plead? How do you plead, government? Who brought Uber into this country when an Attorney General got up in here 2 weeks ago and admitted that he knows the numbers of taxis that are signed up to Uber? How do you plead, government? You are guilty, government. How do you plead? Don't worry about him, sir. He can interrupt me as much as he wants. He up and down Boscobel. First BLP man in Boscobel for years. He frightened. Jason got him scrambled.
Honourable Member.
He ain't coming back.
Honourable Member, this has nothing to do with this debate.
Well, when he interrupts me, sir, I want.
Honourable Member, you don't determine this.
Jason got him.
You don't determine this, Honourable Member.
I beg your pardon. Your neck off. Your neck get cut off last weekend.
Honourable Member, who are you referring to? Honourable Member, to whom are you speaking? Please. To whom are you speaking? You have to address the chair and not speak across this chamber, the members on the other side, and not those words, Honourable Member.
Yes, 70 years. 70 years of service. 70 years of service, people of Barbados. 70. You want prosecuting in here today. One policy after another. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central got up in here this morning and talked about policy. Let me quote him directly. Policy positions. They want to give the flexibility to move the economy from where it was 7 years ago. And 7 years of famine later, the economy has not recorded any visible real growth. The growth has been inflationary. And if they're telling the people, if this government is telling the people of Barbados that there has been growth in the economy, why are people struggling the way they are? When an economy is buoyant, Your Honor, people tend to have greater spending power. People tend to have easier and greater access to the social services. They are in reversal from education back to transport. How does this government plead? This government has misled the people on the state, the true state of this economy. But you know how this government is defining the economy? In macro terms, debt to GDP ratio. That's what the Honourable Member said in here today about the economy. Oh, when we came in, it was don't want to misquote him, I wrote it. Debt to GDP ratio was 178%. And he boasted at the end of October, it was 99%. And he said that to applause. He said that to applause, Your Honor. But that is macro. That is macroeconomics, and that is macro analysis. And that is to characterize the economy in global terms. A pretty blanket over turmoil. The people in this country are in turmoil. There's turbulence that afflicts the lives of the people in this country. People can't get to the supermarket and get a full basket of goods, having to make sacrifices. People with children in this country are struggling, and this government is coming in here thumping the desk. Thumping the desk. When an honourable member for Christchurch East Central tells the children who came in here this morning that this economy is doing well, how could it be doing well and people can't pay their light bill? I could point to certain members in here, but I won't, who are paying light bills on behalf of the people. There's a rush of that in this country, and there's a rush of that in certain constituencies. Certain constituencies in which unemployment is not 6%, it is more like 16% and probably 20% in some depressed constituencies. And they are being told that debt to GDP ratio is good. Debt to GDP ratio means nothing to a man who is unemployed, who has a woman who has 3 or 4 or 5 children and cannot look after them. Debt to GDP ratio means nothing to them. And there are social policy experts out there who understand what I'm saying. I wouldn't identify them, but they understand what I'm saying. So after all the interruptions have died down, let this government face the truth that this economy is not doing well. That after all the loans we had in the first 6 months of this year, those loans ought to have gone back into the economy to stimulate the economy by way of spending, to provide real jobs for people. The government ought to have made real investment into the economy. But instead, what did you have? $125 million borrowed for a hospital in St. Lucie? No account. No account given. $25 million borrowed for cricket development? No account given. If any responsible government had borrowed $25 million for cricket development, you would have had professional cricket in Barbados. That is the failure of this government. A failure to give account. And just having the people of this country live as the recipients of sweet words that mean nothing. Sweet words that mean nothing. The people in this country are not doing well, and they're not doing well because this country is not doing well by the poor people of Barbados. This country is not doing well for the poor people of Barbados. Who is doing well, though? Who is doing well? Just a few. And a few are doing well, and the majority are doing unwell because of this government's direct policies. This is a government that rewards persons who have enough wealth to own villas. They get concessions. People who own Airbnb are punished with taxation, punished. And all of them are not poor people. They're people, middle-class people who are struggling, who want to, the children moved out. And they have vacant parts of the house, perhaps upstairs, perhaps downstairs. And they want some tourists to come in and spend 6, 8, 9 months of the year for an exchange in their hands. And while the government is giving concessions to villa owners, this government is giving concessions to villa owners for the purchase of a plate to put on a table, for the purchase of a piece of art, they're getting concessions. And a poor man, or a man who is not poor but is middle income, tries to pull himself up by his bootstrap, tries to live a life of commercial dignity by turning his domestic residence into a commercial enterprise, this government is punishing him. That is what this government is doing. And coming here telling me about social policy. You have a social policy expert out there. Ask him if that is good social policy. Ask him. I come back to transport. And I want this government by year end to tell the people of Barbados whether they are going to go through with the threat to condemn the people of this country to high bus fares and high taxi fares and to Uber. The Uber that they bought here, Uber was brought into this country by this government. Let them deny it. The Honourable Attorney General, I repeat, stood up in here 2 weeks ago and said he has 400 people signed up with Uber. They've sabotaged the broadcast. It's back. It's back. It's back. You know, it became so contemptuous, Your Honor, on this transport thing. The Honourable member stood up in here this morning, that is the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central, stood up in here this morning and said, you will see some buses marked China A and some China B and some IDB Smart Energy. Now, the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central, during the estimates earlier this year, launched an attack on the Honourable member for St. Michael's South East. He said that he sent money for Lodge Road to be done, and they didn't do it, and a man was killed. And he asked the question, how many more must die? He wants this road fixed. You know, the night after he made that speech, another man got killed on the same Lodge Road on a motorcycle. So, those two members can resolve whatever differences may exist in terms of delivery of funds and delivery of good infrastructure. But it is not because Lodge Road is in disrepair that will determine the fate of the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central. There is larger neglect of that constituency. And for that, the Honourable member will pay with his head. So that's not the reason for his pending demise. But what I found disturbing was when the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central got up in here and talked about the categories of buses, China A and China B, IDB Smart Energy. I assume that these are electric buses. And while he is saying that, his colleague, the Honourable Minister of Transport and Works, is divesting. Those buses will become meaningless insofar as public transport is concerned. Public transport will cease to exist, so whether it is China A, B, C down to Z, it means nothing. Has not the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central heard that the Honourable member for St. Michael's South East intends to close down the transport board? And that China A buses and China B buses mean absolutely nothing to the traveling public? But he is saying that, the Honourable member is saying that to some little children in here this morning because he thinks that they can't understand. He thinks that they can't understand. The parents and grandparents must have told them that this government plans to divest public transport, and he's in here boasting, the Honourable member is in here boasting about categories of buses. I assume they're electric buses, which will become inefficient to a bus driver. And they come in here just as they did with the agricultural sector, with this thing called COOP. The government tried to abandon its obligations to COOP. The people who were supposed to take over agriculture, but I'm not going there yet. I'm still on transport. And this government owes an explanation to the bus drivers at the transport board that it would be inefficient, one, to sell a bus to them, for them to buy the bus, and for them to run the bus as a profit-making enterprise. Because much of the time, too much of the time is spent charging the bus. And a bus only has real value in public transport if it is run by diesel. But the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central has not consulted the Honourable member for St. Michael's South East, but the Honourable member for St. Michael's South East must answer the charges as well. Because I heard in the public domain, by media released from this government, that the plan is for divestment. And when people thought that it was merely a rumor, the head of Barbados' trade union came out and confirmed it. And after the head of that trade union came out and confirmed it, the Honourable Member for St. Michael's Southeast gave further confirmation to it. They are closing Transport Board. Let them get vexed with me. If you're to be condemned for telling the truth, so be it. I face the condemnation, but I'm not going to stop telling the truth in here. This government is on trial for its betrayal of poor people in this country. And somebody must prosecute them. And this prosecution is being led on behalf of the poor people in Barbados, the middle-class people in Barbados, who are finding survival a most difficult thing. I said before and I say it again, it is not only the bullets that are killing people in this country, it is the cost of living that is killing people in this country, but this is a fat government. This is a government that is living in the skies and in five-star hotels every week. Every week. 3 and 4 ministers of this government are out of the country on useless conferences. Must I be afraid to say that? I'm not afraid, and I will say it. Because the people of Barbados are angry. They are angry, and they're angry with justification, because this government is living high on the hog, literally high on the hog, in airplanes and in five-star hotels in the far-flung cities of this world, and there is no return being given to the people of this country. The only return being given to the people of this country is a high cost of living and hardship.
I remember you're speaking. You're speaking.
Working.
I remember you're speaking. You're remain silent.
You're vexed with me? You're vexed with me?
I remember you're speaking. Continue. You're not supposed to hear that, honourable member. You're not supposed to hear that, honourable member.
They're vexed with me. Now, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central this morning dared to make reference to agriculture. Come off your phone, son. I'm coming for you. Because agriculture continues to decline. All the loans that we are getting, this is the point, sir. The loans that have been borrowed by this government have not been committed to national, economic, nor social development. We have a lot of young farmers in this country who are struggling because this government is refusing to assist them. Get up and make a point of order, son.
Honourable member, please continue.
He's shouting across at me.
Honourable member, he has not.
But you hearing him, so I want you to control him.
Honourable, please continue.
And I'm going to take him to St. John. I'm going to take him to St. John. The governor of the central bank complains that agriculture is at 3%. You know that was a year ago. You know agriculture is lower now. It's lower now.
I'm member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, I do not intend to help the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to drag along a debate that he has no substance in. But I would want to put on record that the last central bank report, which he can read, shows agriculture output at 10% over the previous year.
10%?
Yes.
Look, thump the tables. You can't even get a table thump. They've abandoned you.
Honourable member, please speak to the chair. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sir, let me repeat. The central bank report for the third quarter, which the honourable member can read, shows agricultural crop production at 10% increase over last year.
He got it. Look, thank me for that. Because they weren't going to thump, I had to tell them thump for you. I'm going to take him through St. John with me. I'm going to take him and show him the decline in agriculture. Yeah, I going up there all the time. without apology. I want all of you to speak. All of you to speak. Look, you owe the thing, man. You...
Honourable, please speak to the debate. And do not concern yourself with the Honourable from St. Thomas. Please.
You get thrown away Sunday. You get let go on Sunday.
Honourable member, when the Honourable member for St. Thomas is lashing you, I will not stop her. I am warning you. I shall not prevent her. Because you continue to talk across to the Honourable member, which is not permitted.
But the Honourable member is
you
talking
continue
across at me.
unabated, even though I have repeatedly warned you. Nonetheless, you continue to speak to the Honourable member for St. Thomas.
I'm hoping that you will add that you intend to control her.
I exercise judicial deafness
Okay.
at all times unless you have the mic turned on.
But she's in your right ear, and I think your right ear is the good one.
Well, all I'm saying, I exercise judicial deafness when you are getting licks from the Honourable member for St. Thomas because you're not adhering to what I'm saying.
As you please, sir. There has been a task force set up in the Ministry of Agriculture to revive agriculture. That task force does not include the Honourable member for St. Philip South. They are doing it in spite of his presence in that ministry. In other words, they are embarrassed at the state of failure of agriculture in this country, and the public servants in there have said, look, in spite of this gentleman's presence, let us get ahead. Let us get ahead and see that this industry is revived. 3% is scandalous, and it is now heading towards 2% of gross domestic product. And the Honourable member comes in here and tells people all kinds of things. The sugarcane industry is about to go. Your Honour, I don't know where you live, but tell the Honourable member for St. Philip South how many cane fields you see in this country. Tell the Honourable member for St. Philip South what is the state of the industry in this country by sight. By sight. Agriculture is in tragic decline. Tragic, it is tragic. And the Honourable member for St. Michael West Central sounded his voice a few minutes ago, implying that he is the man rescuing this government, implying that he is the man rescuing this economy. He boasted that numbers are up and planes are in and out of here like crazy. That is his way of saying to this country and to this government and to this parliament, I am the man. I am the only man that is delivering this government. That is what he's saying to this government. And his colleagues have heard him. And they will say how they interpret that statement. But if he boasts that tourism is the only thread on which we hang, the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central may have agreed with him this morning. Because I sat here and heard the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central make a similar boast about tourism. He turned his body to the children and said, that is the one that is bailing us out. That is the one from which we get our foreign exchange. And he could not look to his left and say similarly to the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, the Honourable member for St. Philip South. Was he embarrassed? Was he embarrassed in respect of the performance of his colleague to his left while he praised his colleague to his right? But I'm not here to praise any minister in this government. I'm here to deal with the truth. And the government's financial management of this country has failed. And if it had not failed, there would be happiness in this country. The people in this country are very unhappy, and I don't care who sucked their teeth. In breach of the standing orders, I don't care.
Honourable member, you have no authority to talk about breach of standards. I determine that. You have no authority. It is not vested in you, period.
Let me quote him again. Time wasting? Look, you wasting time in agriculture, my friend. You are overseeing, he is overseeing, and he's talking across at me, and I'm going to answer him, sir.
Honourable
I
member,
am going to
honourable
answer
member,
him.
he does not have the floor. Honourable member, the member for St. Philip South does not have the floor. So you cannot respond to him.
He doesn't have what, sir?
The floor. He doesn't. I did not see him. There's no point of order, so
No research.
you can't speak to him.
No, he's down there talking. He's down there talking, he's vexed now. Bluffing? Look, he was chauffeur driven in here last week in the
Honourable
van.
member, honourable member, please continue.
He was chauffeur driven in a truck in here last week. I saw him. He drove in here in a truck last week, chauffeur driven. He didn't back like a
Honourable-
bag of potatoes.
Honourable
He was chauffeur
member,
driven.
honourable member, please respect.
Oh yes, we have to do better. Agriculture has to do better. Agriculture is failing this country, my friend. Honourable member for St. Philip South, you want to be congratulated for failure? The governor of the central bank said that agriculture is failing this economy and that agriculture is an outstanding failure of this government.
Honourable member, please.
3% and dropping. 3% and dropping. 3% and dropping. And here's the honourable member for Christchurch East Central quoted, "We are here to ensure that SOEs are able to deliver services to the people." Which SOE? Which SOE? Which SOE? Look how they're going. Honourable member for St. George South, keep out of this, please. Keep out of this. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Honourable member, are you speaking to the chair? Honourable member, are you speaking to the chair?
Leave him alone. Leave him alone, right there. Honourable member for St. George South, please leave him alone. Let him suffer by himself. I quoted him again. The honourable member for Christchurch East Central spent 2.5 hours in here this morning talking to the children. I would not say he was misleading them, but when he told them that this country can be judged by debt to GDP ratio, that you can judge an economy by numbers, that is flawed reasoning. He misled those children, and nobody now will follow them and tell them the truth. We are not going to run and hide when it comes to this debt conversation. That is what I quoted the honourable member for Christchurch East Central as having said. He is not going to run and hide when it comes to a debt conversation. This government has hidden the projects that were supposed to have been constructed out of the debt. Government, please show the people of this country one project that has been constructed out of the more than $1 billion that has been borrowed this year. Show them one project. I asked the honourable member for Christchurch East Central here 2 weeks ago, what has this government built in relation to education? He told me that there's a primary school on Bay Street. That's what he told me. They built a primary school on Bay Street. I asked him, have you all built any primary schools? He said there's a primary school out on the beach, out on Bronx Beach. I think it's a museum or something. One is not too sure. And every week, Cowitch killing the children. Come back to the honourable member for St. James North. Delivery of social services. Taking up head teachers a day before they're supposed to report to one school and send them to another school. Destroying the culture in schools, and culture is related to violence, and violence is at the heart of the educational system in this country. It is holistic. And the problem of violence in the schools is not receiving the adequate attention of this government. The government probably does not know what to do. And if a government does not know what to do, you know what it does? It ambushes or attempts to ambush, because it will not succeed. It attempts to ambush the country with an early election. But the country has a surprise for you. It will not work this time. The ambush worked in COVID. when thousands of Barbadians were disenfranchised, when thousands of Barbadians were prevented from voting and gave this government a victory. Ain't gonna work next time. But let us get back to
Honourable
social
member, this is
services, sir.
related to social
Yes.
services.
Let us get back to social services. So I will wrap up now. The honourable member said to this parliament, the thumping desk, sewage was flowing in the streets, and along came the honourable member for Christchurch East and stopped the sewage from flowing. How heroic. He went on, no buses, the honourable member went on, no buses. And due to St. Michael South Central, the work of St. Michael South Central, the fleet was increased. Well, if that is so, the lady ought not to have been punished. If there's any voice in her defense, ought not to have been punished. And garbage trucks were bought, and he gave credit to the honourable member for St. Michael East. The gentleman ought not to have been punished. So, is this a government in which you receive punishment for achievement and reward for failure? Maybe I should ask the honourable member for St. Philip South if that is a system in this government. Reward for failure, punishment for achievement. But there are people in Barbados who have some very interesting views on that calamity that was the sewage crisis. There's some very interesting views out there. I'm not going to repeat them now. I don't speak irresponsibly, and I don't say anything without proof. But if I subject that to some scrutiny, I am willing to come back and say to this parliament what we have discovered. The honourable member for Christchurch East Central said, our loans are policy-based, and we try to give the flexibility to move the economy from where it was 7 years ago. This economy moved from 7 years ago, sir. The only movement in this economy has been massive loans, massive borrowing. And the people of Barbados every 2 weeks are now called upon to ask this government, where is the money? Where has it gone? Where are the projects? Where are the capital projects? Where's the employment that was supposed to have been generated from the borrowing of these monies? Nil. And that is why the honourable member for St. Michael West Central takes credit for this government's entire performance. He takes all the credit. And not another man is raising his voice, or woman for that matter, is raising his or her voice as having achieved anything. Not another fella is boasting. So we have looked at the social services, Your Honor. And we have looked at those social services in the context of the various loans that have been taken. And we are approaching Christmas and we are approaching the end of the year. And this government has been given a failing grade for its poor performance this year. I said before and I say it again. In the scriptures, 7 is significant in relation to plenty and famine. And it is normally famine that follows plenty. This government has reversed the order. Maybe there has been 7 years of famine and they're going to discover how unhappy the people in Barbados are. They're going to discover how the cost of living is crippling people, how it's killing people. They're going to discover very shortly. They're going to discover that the people are tired of a government that lacks stamina, a government that is unable to extend itself to the 5 years that the people gave it. after 2.5 years. 2.5 years of government. Every term, the country gets nervous and restless because the country goes into election mode. Well, the people are going with you this time. The people are going into election mode with the government this time. And it is because of the failures in transport, it is because of the failures in health, it is because of the threats in education that the people will remove this burdensome government from off their shoulders. It does not sound like good news. For the government, it is not good news. And it is not intended to be good news. But it would be good news if this government eases the burden of taxation off of people's shoulders. 7 years ago, this government promised to lower VAT. And we have been trying to get this government for the last month to say what is its position in relation to VAT. This government promised to reduce VAT from 17.5% to 15% 7 years later. 7 years of famine later, the government has done nothing to remove VAT or to lower VAT. And this Democratic Labour Party has advanced proposals for the reduction of VAT. What say this government? 7 years after having made the promise, what say this government? We have had the courage. We have had the courage. Don't ask me for any figures. Don't ask me for any figures. You're going to get the figures just now. I got another figure for you. The people can send it. The people are going to send it. It ain't what you expect. It's what you can get.
Honourable, please speak to me, please.
So that, Your Honor, we have heavy taxation in this country. And this is the fundamental contradiction. A country that is heavily taxed normally delivers its social services. England, Canada, the Scandinavian countries. Heavy taxation is always accompanied by liberal delivery of social services. This government has reversed that principle. This government continues to tax the people of this country heavily. While it is closing down the social services, something is fundamentally wrong in this economy. I do not believe that a government would be so incompetent that it would reverse a principle of financial management that is common throughout the Western Hemisphere. I don't believe it. And if they're reversing it, it means that something is fundamentally wrong with this economy. And the people out there are saying IMF. That's what the people are saying. And if they decided to have the courage to walk through town or go in their constituencies, because I'm told that they have withdrawn from their constituencies, and those who dare to go into their constituencies are going into zones that they feel are safe. That is why Tallman was seen in Boscobel.
I remember we're dealing with loan, not constituency canvassing. That has nothing to do with this debate.
You canvassing, sir?
Honourable member, please.
As you please, sir. I wasn't reflecting on you though, sir. I don't know if you're canvassing or not. And so that is where we are, sir. There's that fundamental contradiction between heavy taxation and government's failures in relation to social services. Yet, the government continues to borrow money. And there's another contradiction. The government has borrowed more than $1 billion this year, and we have not seen one capital project except a giant chicken pen at Newton. And we are told they have to pull down part of it, by the way, and rebuild it, if they dare to rebuild it. But it is up there sitting idle. And that will cost, I'm told, reliably, about $70 million. And the place up by Waterford, they are going to buy that. This government is going to buy it at commercial rates. It used to be low-value land, but this government made it high-value land to reward somebody. Carifesta. And that is why they can't give a bill for Carifesta. This government spent millions on top of millions on Carifesta and is closing down the transport board. This government cannot deliver proper health services at the hospital. This government cannot deliver proper education to the little children in this country, but this government can spend in excess of $100 million on Carifesta to what gain? What have we gained from it? Apart from a government that is showing off in CARICOM, telling the people in CARICOM that Barbados is wealthy, when we are not. This government is wealthy. This is a very wealthy government. And I'm not pointing any fingers, but you can look at a man and see when he is enjoying the sweets, living high on the hog. High on the hog. And I'm not going to look at anyone to embarrass them. Not going to embarrass anybody. But this government has to give account to the people of Barbados for its fiscal and financial management of this economy. This government has failed, sir. This government has failed. The many loans that we have taken have yielded nothing for the people of Barbados. And all it has yielded is a successful boast of a healthy debt to GDP ratio that means nothing to the man on Swan Street who is not selling anything, or to the lady in the supermarket who cannot buy anything. That is what debt to GDP ratio is telling them, that in spite of the boast, their lot in life is not improved. What say this government to the charge of financial and fiscal mismanagement of this economy, What say this government? How pleads this government in relation to that charge? The people say this government is guilty. Your Honor, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, I promised you that I wouldn't delay the House too long, but I feel that it would be remiss of me if I didn't join this debate to place on record my disappointment on the way the Honourable Leader of the Opposition conducts the opposition affairs in this Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, I've come to this Parliament solely supported by the people of St. Philip South, going through a campaign speaking to taking fresh guard and making sure that the narrative we bring as people who enter this chamber is such that it inspires people to the truth, and such that people feel comfortable with us that they have reposed their trust and confidence in order to come to this honorable chamber to speak in their interests. Mr. Speaker, I recall statements made by the now Honourable Leader of the Opposition when castigating the previous DLP administration, right here sitting where the Honourable Member for St. Lucie is, and his contribution was suggesting that Barbadians should never again.
I remember.
Yes. On a point of order, if the Honourable Member purports to quote me, let him quote the day, the page of Hansard, the particular debate. Let him not swing like blind elder and lie to this chamber. He knows that it has never been my style nor content in speech wherever I am to personalize any debate. I'm a man of principle and I speak on principle. Do not allow this honourable member to swing wild.
Honourable member, it is not a point of order. End of story.
Just let me finish.
No, honourable member, he has never. No, honourable member, there's no point of order. There's none. Honourable Member, there's no point of order. I have ruled.
You've ruled.
I have ruled.
So I cannot finish the sentence.
You cannot finish the sentence.
I surrender all.
I think you will need Jesus.
Mr. Speaker, you know that he surrendered the seat in Christchurch South where he was elected. So I hope he would say he surrendered that too. All to Jesus and all to the people of St. John when that time comes. But Mr. Speaker, if I should get back to the point, the central bank report is not even difficult to read. So I do not understand why you would come in here each and every time to make these generic statements about agriculture, because you can't do any better, and the people advising him are actually misleading him. I recall the honourable member coming in here and talking about some large plots of land the government reserved for medicinal cannabis, and I stood here and asked him to say where. You know, he withdrew from the conversation. Because he is constantly seeking to mislead the public with a lot of political generics, as if people are interested. If you claim that people in Barbados are indeed suffering, and I myself have gone to the supermarket and stood in the line and watched people leave things in the trolley. Well, Mr. Speaker, you know what? I don't know why they left them. I don't. And I can't make the assumption because I myself have had things in my trolley that I left behind. I myself. Because you get to the counter and then you realize, look, I will leave something here because after all, I don't need it anymore. So we make assumptions about why people leave things in their trolley. You have never gone and had a conversation with them, but you assume that they're leaving it because they can't pay for it. And that is the kind of judgment that we place on the people of Barbados. And I've said over and over that the only reason why I am in politics is to make sure I contribute to improvement in the life of people in this country. Politics is not about me. And if it was about me, I probably would be running all over the place too. But it's not. And I want to make that very clear because I find it extremely offensive that people would try to tolerate the political banter. But we can't waste 2.5 hours in a Parliament of Barbados that is the third oldest in the Commonwealth with a leader of the opposition not making a difference to ask the people of Barbados, here am I, how do you see me as a future government? It is not happening, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Member for Christchurch South.
We're back to relevance. What's this?
Honourable
What is
Member,
this speech about?
Honourable Member.
What honestly is this speech
Honourable
about?
Member for Christchurch South, I have told you
I have
over
the right.
and over again that I am the sole determining factor as it relates to relevance. No one else in this chamber has the authority, possesses the authority to speak as it relates to relevance. I determine that. The story is finished. Honourable Member for Christchurch South.
And that is why, Your Honor, the appeal is made to you.
And I have ruled.
Of that.
I have ruled to you. It is no point of order.
And whenever he does it, the honourable member does it, I'm going to rise.
Honourable Member, there's no point of
rise.
order.
Every time he is irrelevant.
Honourable
I'm going to
Member,
appeal
please
to
sit
you.
down. There's
Yes,
no
I will,
point
sir.
of order. Please
will,
take
sir.
your seat.
Every time he does it, I come.
Honourable Member, please take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Continue, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, sir. You know, there's a Barbadian saying that Bajans tend to say when there's salt in your wounds, you're miserable. So if you're acting salty, I can understand why. But I'm only asking you to contribute to debate in this Parliament and to do so genuinely. And if my ask of you is too much, continue. Now, agriculture output, as it relates to livestock, in the third quarter was also up 7%. And I bring these numbers to this House because I challenge the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to go to the Central Bank report and read what is reported there. And I don't think that it is fair to the people of Barbados, neither is it fair to this honorable chamber, to have those kind of generics being spewed around here as if people do not have the ability to do their own research and to check. But what disappoints me more is that the leader of the opposition is a man that I used to admire. That's what disappoints me, because I expected better. And being the leader of the opposition, I would really love the best for him. But he's not asking it for himself, sir. And getting rid of me is not a problem, because this is not about me.
Honourable, speak to the chamber, please.
This is not about me, sir. I'm pleased that my colleagues can help me, so that you yourself will understand that this is not a joke issue.
He has to say what he's reading.
Please.
I'm reading from the Central Bank report,
Well, you have to say
third
that.
quarter 2025.
He has to say that. You can't pick up a computer and start reading. You think it hears?
Honourable member, for Christ yourself, you're out of place. Please.
Mr. Speaker, agriculture output grew 10.1%
Are you
during the
reporting
first
from where,
quarter.
honourable member?
First 3 quarters of
Honourable member,
2025.
honourable, you're quoting from where?
This is the Central Bank report,
You
third quarter.
You need to make that a document of the House.
Certainly, sir.
Continue.
Food crops rose 12.3%. Grains. So agriculture output was 10.1% for the third quarter in 2025. Meat production increased 9.1%. Egg output rose 14.5%. Pork expanded 3.7%, Mr. Speaker, and chicken production climbed to 2.7%. The overall
Decline.
production in agriculture was 10.1% in the third quarter. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I take this seriously is because I think there's a responsibility that we have in this parliament to come to this parliament and tell the country the truth. And you see this whole lot of filibustering and time wasting, it is not for here, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are living in times where people are actually judging us by our conduct. Mr. Speaker, when people can listen to a leader of the opposition saying agriculture production is down and that agriculture is in shambles, and the Central Bank report is showing a 10.1% increase in the third quarter, we have a problem with information being put out in this country from the opposition.
Point of order, sir.
Honourable member, brace yourself.
Even if what he is reading is genuine, a 10.1% increase in 1 quarter. Let me finish, sir. Let me finish.
Yes, continue.
Does not speak to an increase over an entire year. It does not speak to a global increase over an entire year.
Honourable member,
And
honourable member, there's no point of order. Honourable member, there's
I
no
wish.
point.
I wish.
No, I do not wish for you to think.
I wish.
The honourable member for St. Philip South is quoting numbers. You have no point of
I
order.
wish you would let me finish,
No,
sir.
no, you are not finishing.
I'm not finishing.
No, please, you're not. Honourable member, you're not finishing. There's no point of order.
Again, I surrender.
Surrender.
Mr. Speaker, I am particularly embarrassed to note that I've said on 3 occasions for the third quarter, you cannot measure a quarter before it comes. So the fact that the opposition leader, the honourable leader of the opposition, does not know how to measure quarters is indeed a serious embarrassment, sir. Despite all of the bad weather, flooding, everything, Mr. Speaker, chicken tunnels collapsed. Climate change made it very difficult for agriculture. And this Minister of Agriculture still got a 10.1% growth. I mean, 3/4, I said 3 each time, you know. And the Honourable Leader of the Opposition got up and said, I'm measuring 1/4. I have to do like when we were in primary school. 1, 2, 3. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, you would bear with me for my disappointment. Because in truth and in fact, I do not take lightly when we come here to deal with these matters. The expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is one that is absolutely necessary if we are to deliver the healthcare services that we are being called upon in the 21st century to deliver. Now, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has a fetish with over on Bay Street, where the old Ministry of Health used to be. But he doesn't understand that the expansion work is supposed to seamlessly move from within the QEH over across to the other side so that the services can be delivered by way of a transit point between the two, and that if you have to do major surgery, sir, if you have to do major surgery, it is easier to traverse across in the system that is set up to get across than to come from out Bay Street to get to the hospital. So, Mr. Speaker, when a man can come again, disingenuous.
Please allow the member for St. Philip South to speak in silence, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm unbothered, you know, because truth is, the public is going to judge this. The public will judge this. And that for the delivery of health care through an expanded hospital where you can still seamlessly deliver the services rather than have to traverse from the hospital to Bay Street and Bay Street to the hospital, but you remain in the same space, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Point of order is misleading the chamber.
Honourable.
I say that the engineer had said that it would be better to expand in the direction of Gemmett's Lane rather than on the other side. I say the engineer said that. That's what I said.
Understood.
That's what I said, sir.
Understood.
I didn't say nothing about Bay Street.
Understood.
I say the engineer said it would have been better to extend across the Gemmett's Lane, but they gave it away. They gave it away. And now,
Continue, Honourable.
So, Mr. Speaker, sir, so that I keep in line with the debate that's before this House, I just want to make it clear that the purpose of the loan is to do with the delivery of health service in Barbados, and that the expansion to the hospital makes more sense to me to expand across than to go to Gemmett's Lane. But, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is being advised by someone about agriculture, who myself I know quite a bit about, and I will wait until that time to expose that person. What I would like for the Leader of the Opposition to do before that time comes is to determine if that person can still run. Because, Mr. Speaker, what I have may not be so nice. May not be so nice. Mr. Speaker, you know, I spoke to the press this week. People ask about supplies for Christmas.
I cannot allow this honourable member to use the privilege of Parliament to cast aspersions on persons who are not here, particularly when those aspersions are untruthful.
Honourable member for Christchurch South.
No, I will defend people. I will
Honourable
defend
member
people. You cannot use the privilege of parliament to do that.
Honourable member for Christchurch South. The honourable member for St. Philip South has not called any names in this chamber. He has
Your
not,
Honour.
honourable member, I am speaking. He has not called any names in this honourable chamber. Story finished. Story finished. There's no point of order, sir. Honourable member.
I am
Honourable member, there's no.
raising a point of order.
I said that, but
Clarify further. You are a lawyer, sir. It's good that a lawyer is in that chair.
I'm listening to
And
you.
when you refer to a small class of persons and the person is easily identifiable, he said the person may not be able to run.
Honourable member.
That is one of possibly 30 persons
Honourable
easily
member.
identifiable.
Honourable
He is
member.
not allowed to do that.
Honourable member, there's no point of
All right.
order.
Let him do it again.
Honourable member, there's no point of order.
It's a scurrilous attack.
All
It's
honourable
cowardly.
member,
It's cowardly.
honourable member for Christchurch South, there's no point of order.
The honorable leader of the opposition would do well to let me finish my contribution to this debate, or else I may be forced to say more than he wants to know. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me get back to the point. Barbadians consume a lot of ham in this country at Christmas. We now have an abundance of ham and pork available in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, we have chicken, poultry available in abundance in Barbados. Table eggs, Mr. Speaker, sir. And these are consistent with the central bank report for the third quarter. Mr. Speaker, you will think, when you hear the leader of the opposition speak, you will think that nothing is going on in this country in agriculture. Yet every single day, Mr. Speaker, farmers show up all the time. The same poor people that he won't talk about, young men and women, show up every single day, rain, fall, sunshine, to make sure that food is placed on our tables. Mr. Speaker, Christmas is upon us. We have not heard any waves at all about any shortages of any kind of food, Mr. Speaker.
Is the honourable member, point of order, sir, and we're asking the honourable member to clarify, is the honourable member going to correct himself that the pork industry in this country is being supplemented by imports to the chagrin of the local pork farmers?
Honourable member.
Is he going to admit that?
Honourable member, there's no point. Honourable, there's no point of order.
Mr. Speaker, this is the first time I've seen a leader of opposition having to raise each time a member speaks. This is unheard of, it's unprecedented, and the thing is, he is rising in the face of hardcore facts, which he cannot dispute, Mr. Speaker, sir. Were he rising on a point of order to dispute a 10.1% growth in agriculture, I would hear him. Were he rising, Mr. Speaker, to dispute the growth in pork production in Barbados, I would hear him, sir.
Your Honour.
Were he rising, Mr. Speaker, to dispute the increase in poultry production, I would hear him, sir. Mr. Speaker, were he rising on a point for crop production to suggest that my numbers are wrong, I would hear him.
You got to hear me now.
Honourable member.
I think the honourable member is obliged to say what is a 10.1 increase of 3%. He has to work it out. Who is the mathematician in here? Some mathematician in here has to tell him what is 10.1% increase of 3% and let him give the amount. You're struggling.
I'm a St. Philip South.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition now wants to engage me in foolery. And I'm very disappointed to note that a man that cannot even measure and understand measurement for 3/4 wants to engage me in working out percentages. Something is fundamentally wrong. Well, Mr. Speaker, with the limited little bit of time that I have, Mr. Speaker, I just want to state for the record that I have 3 fundamental things to leave with this honorable chamber. Mr. Speaker, the growth in agriculture 2025 has been consistent. Mr. Speaker, I want to also place on record that a lot of time wasting that we have in this parliament now, the people of Barbados do not have an appetite for it. Mr. Speaker, we are working towards great things, like getting into climate-smart agriculture using vertical farms. Mr. Speaker, go to the secondary schools of this country. The honourable member for St. James North can tell you about it. Lodge School, Princess Margaret School, Allen School, go to the secondary schools and you would see greenhouses being introduced for children at a very early age to understand and appreciate how to use a green farm, because you can't rely on farmers who are aged and will at some point in time exit the sector, Mr. Speaker. Go to the Central Bank report and see how we are managing so that we can help work towards bringing down the food import bill that everybody always talking about, even though they get it wrong, Mr. Speaker. A food import bill that got on coffee and wine that we will never be able to produce, Mr. Speaker. A food import bill that got on rice that we, under our climate, will not be able to produce. Things like mayonnaise, they lump it all together and say, oh, the food import bill is too high. We will always have to import those things, Mr. Speaker. But look to see how sweet potato in Barbados, from $10 last year around the same time, $10 a pound is now $1.75 per pound for Barbadians to consume.
In case he's interested, I have worked out for him what is 10%.
I remember there's no point. I remember there's no point.
I've worked it out for him.
I remember there's no point of order. I remember, there's no point.
If I had his WhatsApp number, I would send it.
Send it by WhatsApp. There's no point of order.
If I had it, I deleted it.
I remember there's no point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I am not the average member of parliament, and I wish the leader of the opposition to know that I take great offense to his behavior. It is unparliamentary. I do not see how somebody that's aspiring to lead this country will conduct themselves in such a manner.
Let me hear your point of order, sir. Honourable member, for Christ's sake, so what is your point of order, please? What is your point of order? Honourable member, what is your point of order? I'm listening. Honourable member. What is it? What is it? I'm waiting.
I can't hear a word. I can't hear anything, sir. How did they know?
What's the point of order?
What is he talking about, sir?
Honourable member, there's no point. Honourable member, there's no point of order. Honourable member, there's no point of order. Honourable member, there's no point of order.
He's a behavioral therapist.
Honourable member, there's no point of order.
Is he not a behavioral therapist? What's he talking about?
Honourable member, please take your seat.
Irrelevant.
Continue, Honourable member for St. Philip's South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed. This reminds me of a brother that I know who owns over 2,500 black belly sheep. In Barbados, in St. John, in a wall house, upstairs and downstairs. And the honourable leader of the opposition knows the person too. It reminds me, sir.
Honourable, the point of order?
Again, the honourable member is using the privilege of the House to make scurrilous statements about people who are absent and cannot defend themselves.
Honourable member.
I don't know.
Honourable member for Christchurch South. I am the sole person vested with the authority to determine relevance and whether or not the standing orders are being breached, I am the sole person vested with that authority. Continue, Honourable.
Mr. Speaker, may I continue?
I remember we have 2 more minutes.
I don't even need 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker, but thank you. So that, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to place on record that this government has basically been involved in transformative work since 2018. Mr. Speaker, I do not think of a time when this entire world had been placed on standstill, literally, like it was in 2020-21 during the COVID pandemic. When no economy in the world was allowed to function as it ought to, Mr. Speaker. And this government led this country through that period, Mr. Speaker, with Barbadians coming out, going through a recovery period, and that, Mr. Speaker, all Barbadians are better off due to the leadership that was brought to this country during that pandemic than they would have been under, from what I can judge here in this parliament, than they would have been were another government in power led by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very clear that whilst there are challenges in agriculture, and I would not lie to this Honourable Chamber, there are challenges. You have climate, you got unpredictable rainfalls, you got droughts, you got pests, you got all kinds of diseases. But we have been able to manage through all of that to bring some stability to the sector, Mr. Speaker. And I will close on this point. This government never went to Answer Merchant Bank to take out $200 million to spend on a project in agriculture that never come off. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central under IMF program had to pay back that money on behalf of the party that he leads, Mr. Speaker, sir. And you come in here and want to talk about wasting government money and putting burden on taxpayers, Mr. Speaker. Let us account for that money that was borrowed from Answer Merchant Bank, and I have the files. I'm prepared to come to the Public Accounts Committee that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition leads, and let us go through the file, Mr. Speaker. Because the only way we can get the people of Barbados to understand that there is one set of people in this country that are serious about taking this country forward under a Barbados Labour Party-led government, compared to an individual, Mr. Speaker, sir, who's only interested in himself and would prepare to come in here and tell all kind of untruths and bluff and waste time, Mr. Speaker. 2.5 hours of wasted time does not sit well with me. I am elected by the people of St. Philip South. You were elected by the people of Christchurch South, and you left them. So, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable, please wind up.
So, Mr. Speaker, again, I wish to thank you, and I wish to state again that agriculture in Barbados is rising. And I wish to urge the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, when he comes to this chamber, at least do some kind of research before you come and make a substantive point to the debate. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise right off the bat to lend my voice and support to the resolutions before the House. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition must be congratulated for mastering the art of speaking in an extended manner and an extensive manner without connecting with the substance of the bills, the resolutions before this House. He has mastered the art of using words, sometimes eloquent words, and more so theatrical words. He has mastered the art without delivering substance. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have to agree with the speaker who just sat in indicating that it is unfortunate that our leader of the opposition chooses to comport himself in such a deplorable manner, in such a reckless manner. And unfortunately, sir, I believe that he is doing an injustice not only to himself, to the party that he represents, but more so and more importantly, sir, the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I have nothing within which he spoke for the last 2.5 hours when he did speak to really respond to, because again, there was no substance and really no connection to the bills before the House, the resolutions before the House. But there was one word or one phrase that jumped out at me, and that is when he described the QH as a disaster zone. And let me, right off the bat, Mr. Speaker, distance myself from such statements in this Parliament, reject soundly a description of one of our only tertiary healthcare institution in this island, and one of the institutions that for over 60 years, just about 60 years and over, sir, has been delivering significant healthcare to our people. In many cases, life-saving treatments, saving lives on a daily basis, hard-working and dedicated and committed men and women, sons of our soil, daughters of our soil, who have been going forward in sacrifice to give of themselves to this country. I distance myself from those comments. I will not describe or not allow a leader of the opposition to use such reckless language to describe one of our long-standing legacy institutions that have been serving and delivering for the people of Barbados for so many years. I distance from and I reject it. The QH is not a disaster zone, Mr. Speaker. And the investment that has been made in the QEH and in our healthcare services by extension, since this administration has come in 2018, has been significant, and it demonstrates that a government that is putting the healthcare, the health of its nation, the health of its people first. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying that's become very common now. You could even consider it cliche, but it's important in its substance. The health of a nation is the wealth of that nation. The health of a nation is the wealth of the nation. And there's another saying, oh, Mr. Speaker, sir, where it says that the greatest wealth is indeed our health. Mr. Speaker, we have a significant challenge in our country relative to NCDs, non-communicable diseases. Diabetes, cardiovascular disease, chronic respiratory illness, hypertension, and of course, cancers of the many varied forms. With this significant challenge that we have, it is impacting negatively on our people, on our productivity, and our ability as a nation to be able to develop and to progress. 8 out of 10 of our people, Mr. Speaker, are dying as a result. 8 out of 10 of our adult deaths in this country, Mr. Speaker, as a result of non-communicable diseases. And therefore, these alarming statistics suggest to us and instruct us as a government that cares about its people and the development of our nation to ensure that we invest in the infrastructure, in the systems, in the structure, in the policies and the people that will be able to help us to deliver improved healthcare services to our nation. And that is why this resolution today, taken as a cognate debate, is absolutely critical. Because one of these resolutions today is to acknowledge the fact that we are now receiving support to be able to invest in the infrastructure, to further build out and expand the infrastructure of the QEH, to improve on the delivery of healthcare in our country. This is not a fly-by-night plane, this is not a joke, a debate or discussion that we're having in this Parliament today, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a very important conversation that we need to be having. where we are speaking to the investment that the country is making in the delivery and the improvement of its healthcare in our country. So at $300 and almost $400 million, Barbados dollars investment, Mr. Speaker, sir. Almost 300, just under 300, just under $400 million being invested in a facility that will, over 42 months, allow us to be able to build out 2 buildings, 2 structures that will house many services that would improve healthcare in our country. 1, we're improving and adding an outpatient clinic, a patient's ward, a burns unit, an improved and expanded laboratory, an oncology center, and of course, administrative offices as well. And why are these things important? It may sound to the average person who's listening that this is just another building, but these are services that are going to be delivered to help our people to be able to handle the various health challenges that they're going to face. For example, when this facility is built out, we will expand the existing QEH capacity by 40%. That is 40% more space, more capacity. And included in that, Mr. Speaker, sir, is a burns unit. Now, the QEH would have had, based on what I have been told, a burns unit many years ago. Because of changes in administrations, changes in policies and approaches, that burns unit was replaced, and it is no longer there. We are now, as a forward-thinking administration and government, seeking to ensure that this establishment that we are building out, this infrastructure and this expansion that we are bringing out, it is going to allow us to be able to establish a burns unit once again. Now, Mr. Speaker, why is that important? As we're looking at the future, as we're looking at a country that is seeking to become a green and a net carbon zero country and economy by, I think, 2030, there will be a thrust towards electric vehicles. So, of course, with an increase in the demand for and the supply of electric vehicles in our country, we know that these, based on what we're seeing across the globe, we know that these can have the risk in some cases of creating combustion, and you can have persons who, unfortunately, will encounter more burns and more accidents along those lines. So with that, we're going to have a burns unit, and not only when it comes to electric vehicles, but of course we know that there are fires that take place from time to time. And we need a space where we would be able to treat to those situations when they do occur. Because these are eventualities, these are real things that we have to deal with, and we have to face. These are real concerns that have to be dealt with, and we need to make sure that whatever eventuality is presented in our nation, that we are better able to handle it. So we're going to build out a burns unit that will be able to help us to deal with situations like that. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, we're going to be expanding our laboratory. Our laboratory services right now at the QEH, whilst they are adequate and they're supplying and providing to the needs that we have, we know that an expanded, high-tech, upgraded laboratory will better serve our people and allow us to be able to invest in the technology and the equipment that would allow us to be able to treat to the diagnoses of issues and to be able to allow us to have results in a more timely manner. And one of the key points and aspects of this build-up will be our oncology center, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, as I said, when it comes to NCDs, cancer is one of the leading causes of death amongst our adults in Barbados. And we have known over the years that we've had a significant challenge with being able to deliver adequate treatment for cancers in our country. We have done quite well in being able to treat many of them here. But there are circumstances and types of cancer that we are not in a position where we can treat adequately here in Barbados, and oftentimes we have to send our people to other Caribbean nations and even further abroad to be able to receive the treatment that they need for the cancers that they're facing. This investment through this resolution, through this loan agreement, allows us to now build out a purpose-built oncology center that is going to have the latest technologies to allow us to be able to better treat to the various cancers that we're seeing amongst our people and our citizens. Mr. Speaker, sir, this oncology center is going to have in it another linear accelerator. I say another linear accelerator because we would have just invested and would have brought to bear and launched a linear accelerator at the QEH just a few weeks ago. It is going to have within it a PET scanner, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's going to have within it as well a cyclotron as well, which would also allow us to do radiology treatments for those persons who have cancer as well. So we're talking about a purpose-built center for oncology treatment in our country, something that has never been seen before, a massive investment by a government that cares about its people, Mr. Speaker, sir. And beyond that, as I said, administrative offices and facilities as well, Mr. Speaker, including amenities like a gym, child care facilities, etc., to allow our staff to be better treated and to allow them to be able to better function within the environment, which is a very difficult environment to operate in 24 hours a day. The hospital is not an easy environment to be in, but it's to give our members of staff, to give our team members the opportunity to be able to be more comfortable within their work environment. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said, this is a significant investment. But it is not the only investment that has been made in the QEH over the last few years. Mr. Speaker, we have come to this Parliament to recognize the Saudi Development Fund, which is specifically designed to invest in our polyclinic upgrades. Mr. Speaker, that is $185 million that we have already agreed to, and that would allow us to be able to renovate 7 of our polyclinics and to establish and build out 2 fully brand new innovative polyclinics as well. At the end of the day, 9 polyclinics, 2 new builds, 7 refurbished to better serve and to deliver for our people here in Barbados when it comes to primary health care. That is $185 million, Mr. Speaker, sir. As I mentioned just now in passing, we have just invested in a linear accelerator at a price tag of $10 million, Mr. Speaker, so that we can better improve our delivery of cancer treatment to our people, something that has been long awaited, and thanks to the hard-working team of the people at the QEH who have been able to see that vision become a reality, and patients have already started to receive their treatment through the linear accelerator. And it is expected that 25 patients per month, Mr. Speaker, will be able to benefit from the treatments of that linear accelerator. Mr. Speaker, sir, you would have heard in 2 budgets ago, I believe it was, our Prime Minister would have indicated the creation of additional posts. 250 additional posts being created and over the next 3 years being established throughout the QEH system, from nurses to consultants, doctors, to orderlies, etc., all the various necessary posts that we have across the length and breadth of the hospital. That, at that point in time when it was announced in that budget, Mr. Speaker, we understood that this price tag would come at $17 million per year in additional employment costs to the QEH. So, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the investment that has been made just across those 3 areas alone, that is $212 million that has been invested already to help us to improve the healthcare delivery in our country. And now we add to it just under another $400 million, $600 million approximately of investment in our people, added to the yearly investment that is made in healthcare delivery in our country, which is hundreds of millions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, sir. No one can say that this administration is not taking healthcare seriously. And that is why I stand against any statement that says that the QH is a disaster zone, because there's so much investment being made to help us to improve the delivery of healthcare in our institution, our leading institution in that regard. So all of this is part of the ongoing investment that is being made in healthcare. And yes, we hear the criticisms, Mr. Speaker. You cannot have an institution like a hospital with 2,500, I think it's now 3,000 employees, and not have some complaints here and there. We are not deaf. We are not blind to the issues that exist within the institution. There are significant areas of improvement that are required. And we are working assiduously on those at the policy level. We're working on those at the operational level on a daily basis to see how we can weed out those negative instances, those negative circumstances, and see how we can improve and build upon them, Mr. Speaker, sir. But significant work is already being done. And I must even at this juncture, Mr. Speaker, let me thank the board of the QEH, the management of the QEH, every individual who goes to work every single day, every member of staff, even those who assist in the overall operationalization of the QH's mission on a daily basis. Let me take this opportunity to thank them for their contribution to helping us to be able to deliver for our people on a daily basis. We do not ignore the challenges, Mr. Speaker, but we're working to address them. And what are some of these works that have been done at the QH over the last few months in particular? Across our digital and information systems, there's now a new intranet that has been created, that has been launched to improve our internal communications. Mr. Speaker, we are in the process of building out our health information system. And why is this important? Mr. Speaker, I have been around for a little while now, and one of the major complaints that I've heard when it comes to healthcare is the instances where you lose people's notes. In many cases, people go to the hospital for an appointment that is scheduled months in advance. And when they get to that appointment, some nurse or someone else or a doctor has to go looking for the notes. In some cases, those notes can't be found. In many cases, Mr. Speaker, sometimes this delays surgeries. When a person can't find their notes or when notes cannot be found for a patient, it makes it difficult for them to be able to continue with a procedure that is planned. So this idea of lost notes is a bugbear. It is something that has been a humbug to the people of the QH, not only patients, but staff alike. When we now move towards what is called a health information system, a system that allows us to not only have a digital health record for every citizen, but it allows us to be able to identify within that system what medications need to be prescribed, what is the diagnosis that has been identified, what is the prognosis, and what are the steps that need to be taken on that person's health trajectory and that person's that person's treatment plan. That information now is going to be held and compiled in one space that now doctors and other persons within the healthcare system will have access to, Mr. Speaker, sir. So the idea of lost notes and lost files will become a thing of the past, Mr. Speaker, sir. So we've made significant progress when it comes to the development of the health information system, and with that, we've already undertaken and has already commenced the digitization of our health records of our people. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that in the coming weeks you will hear some more as we make announcements relative to the launching of the health information system. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, still in the vein of digital improvement that we are making, we are improving on our HR information systems as well, and a system is being procured as we speak. As I move on to service expansion and, of course, our facilities, in addition to this particular expansion that we're discussing today, which will allow us to have those various suites and facilities and services that I mentioned earlier, there is existing expansion taking place and improvement taking place within the existing facilities. This government invested significantly in the expansion and the enhancement and the improvement of the existing accident and emergency, Mr. Speaker, sir. Another significant multi-million-dollar investment that was made to improve the current plant and to allow persons to have more room, more space, clinicians to be able to operate in a better environment. So this is not today the first investment that's being made in this space, but we've been continuously as an administration setting aside and investing and pouring in to our healthcare delivery to improve it, Mr. Speaker, sir. Another $130 million in capital expenditures on the cards for the QEH, Mr. Speaker, sir. Another $130 million in capital works is on the cards, has already gone through the approval and procurement process in many cases to further expand and improve our healthcare institution there. One of the major projects in that capital works project, suite of things, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the expansion of the Lions Eye Care Center, and more specifically, to replace and repair the roof of the Lions Eye Care Center. As it relates to service delivery, Mr. Speaker, sir, because whilst I can agree and appreciate that everybody will not have a satisfactory experience when they go to any institution across Barbados, I must say that the constant and negative attacks when it comes to our Queen Elizabeth Hospital, I believe in many cases are unmerited and unwarranted. And I believe that they are doing, Mr. Speaker, an admirable job. And I believe that when it comes to service delivery, there are significant things that are being put in place to further enhance the delivery of service within that institution. One improvement that has taken place over the last several months is that there has been enhanced public engagement by the team at the QEH. There have been multiple town halls allowing persons from the public, Mr. Speaker, to be able to come to the QEH and to sit down and to hear from the leadership, what is the plan, what is the vision, what are the strategies that will be used and employed to better serve and deliver healthcare service to our people. Mr. Speaker, there's a public radio broadcast on a weekly basis where it's called the Pulse Radio Show, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Pulse Radio Show is there to allow persons to be able to hear almost on a weekly basis what are these improvements that are being driven within the QH environment. One of the key strategies that has been employed is the introduction of the role of service improvement managers. Mr. Speaker, sir, these persons have the sole responsibility of going through the entire system of the QEH and looking to see where things can be improved, looking at the workflows, looking at the movement of patients, looking at how we admit, looking at how we discharge, looking at how doctors speak to patients, how they interact with their co-workers, looking at the entire system of the QEH. So these service improvement managers have a tremendous responsibility to help us to move from where we are to move to an even better position. And we already have 3 service improvement managers on the ground in the QEH doing the work that we've asked them to do. And there's an additional 1 person that is going to be acquired in the next few months to be able to be added to that slate of persons as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. All of this is a part of the ongoing work that we're doing in the QEH. When it comes to the accident and emergency, Mr. Speaker, so I heard the Honourable Leader of the Opposition mention people dying in the accident and emergency. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate whenever we lose a life. It is unfortunate. Nobody likes the fact that people die. Nobody likes that at all. Now, with the accident and emergency and across the entire institution of the QEH, people will pass away from time to time. Now, wherever there is issue, there are issues at all within as it relates to somebody passing with the QH, these things are treated seriously. And we do not take any life for granted. So when a person comes to the QEH, in whatever state they're in, they could be in a very critical state, an emergency state, an urgent state, or sometimes not. We take every case seriously. So there's been a full review of the accident and emergency. It has been evaluated, it's assessed the patient flows, going from triage all the way through to diagnosis, all the way through to the doctor's consultation and review, all the way through to admission or even to discharge. A full review of A&E and its workflows has been done, all with a view of seeing how we can improve, how we can reduce waiting times within the accident and emergency. And it is regrettable when a person stays in A&E for what is seen as an inordinately long time. It is regrettable. But in many cases, Mr. Speaker, sir, I can tell you from my own personal experience that persons will be in A&E, but it would have been seen by nurses and it would have been seen by doctors, and whatever the treatment plan is for that person is already being employed and activated, even whilst they're in the accident and emergency. So the idea that the accident emergency is some sort of a boogeyman and that we should be afraid of it, it is a ward in the hospital just like any other ward. And it is a space where people are receiving life-saving treatment and in many cases either being admitted to a ward further on within the institution of the hospital or they're being discharged even from the accident and emergency. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have invested in a new electronic bed management system. Investments already made in improving the service delivery. We have a new and clear escalation plan that tells us when we have certain things that are triggering in the system, that we know how to escalate that patient to the next level and the next level all throughout the escalation plan that has been devised. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have invested again in a new CT and a new X-ray machine within the accident and emergency itself. So not only did we expand the footprint and renovate the accident and emergency in terms of its physical space, but we've also invested significant resources, financial resources, in improving the equipment that is in the A&E as it is right now. And this further expansion based on the resolution in the House today, we are going to further expand on that, and we're going to improve our services as well with the increase of the expansion of the equipment that we have available to us within that expanded space as well. Mr. Speaker, we have also increased the staff in the A&E. So not only have we increased the space, not only have we invested in the equipment, but we've also increased the numbers of persons who come to work every single day to improve what is happening within the A&E environment as well. And Mr. Speaker, I cannot finish before I speak about the investment that we're making in staff as well. Mr. Speaker, every single day we have a management team that comes together, directors who come together and go to work every day to see how they can improve the situation relative to the environment at the QH for staff. There's a new staff appraisal system that has been put in place. There's the introduction of a mandatory training program which says that each position should have X type of training or Y type of training, and it ensures that you are synced to receive that training and benefit from the learning that would allow you to be able to better produce in your role. There's a new staff engagement plan that has been rolled out, Mr. Speaker, sir, inclusive of health checks, mental health support, and of course, as I mentioned, even with the expansion that we're discussing today, there will be a facility created for a gym so that persons will be able to use that gym facility that's close to work and then be able to go on from there. In addition to that, there will be nursery services that will be provided to allow staff who have children to be able to have a space, a safe space, where their children will be able to stay so that they can continue producing and doing what they have to do. So no doubt, Mr. Speaker, the QH and our healthcare system in its whole is going through a period of progress and improvement and enhancement. We are not perfect. It is made up of imperfect individuals. But I believe that this government, and I believe that the people within the Ministry of Health and Wellness are going to work every single day to see how they can best deliver for the people of Barbados when it comes to health care in our country. There will be some issues along the way, and as I think a former Prime Minister said, when those issues come, we will face them and we will fix them. And that is what the mission that has been adopted by this administration. It has been adopted in particular by this Ministry of Health and Wellness. I support this investment. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And based on all that I said today, we're talking billions of dollars that have been and that will be over the next few years invested into improving and enhancing, building out and developing our delivery of healthcare within our country. We take it very seriously what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. And we're not going to be distracted or sidetracked by anyone who wants to come and poo-poo the efforts that we're making, the efforts that we're seeking to make, and the investments that we're making to be able to better serve our people in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's so much that can be said relative to what is happening at the QEH and the improvements that are already taking place. I saw a survey, Mr. Speaker. I saw a survey, and those results will be released in due course to the public, to the general public, and for public consumption. But it speaks to the improvement that is taking place and the perception of improvement that's taking place by the average person in Barbados. That does not mean, Mr. Speaker, that there are not issues that need to be faced. And that does not mean that every single person in Barbados who engages with the QEH or any other part of our healthcare system does not have an unfavorable experience. But we are working assiduously on a daily basis to see how we can reduce those negative instances and improve and build on the positive things that are happening with this environment. So I support this resolution, Mr. Speaker, wholeheartedly. I believe that these funds, as borrowed, will allow us to be able to get where we need to get quicker in the next 42 months. And it is believed, Mr. Speaker, that the groundbreaking is going to take place very early in the new year. And that 42 months would allow us to be able to see this entire architecture being built out and the designs and everything coming into full view. And it would allow us, therefore, within 42 months to really start to see some improvement taking place. But we're not waiting, and that's the whole point of what I'm saying today, we're not waiting for that to be done to be able to improve and enhance on what we're doing. Every single day, enhancements and improvements are taking place. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Microsoft Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, to rise at this point in the debate, and I thank the Honourable Member who spoke before me for helping to bring back into focus the subject of this resolution, because we're one to tune in only at the point of the intervention of the Leader of the Opposition. One would be very confused about what we were discussing here today. But sir, I thank you for the opportunity to speak to these two very important resolutions on these special loans. The young people who were with us this morning, acknowledging the 16 days of activism to end gender-based violence, shared a pin with us that says, "I pledge to stand up for what is right, even when it is difficult." And I think that the fact that that was pinned against his breast and perhaps not clear for him to see meant that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition perhaps did not receive that message before he got to his feet. Sir, I feel very strongly that Barbados has worked hard to evolve a mature democracy. And I regret that the example of that democracy that those young people will have been forced to witness by the time they took leave from us included the kinds of what I would call uncharitable and undignified references to the work of the government of Barbados that we heard today. I believe that all Barbadians want to hear and want to see transparently what government is doing in its name, the work that government is doing on its behalf. That is the reason that this government is at pains to have reformed the method by which we bring financial information to the public, to have, as part of our estimates conversation, a full questioning by this chamber of what has been expended and what the government proposes to spend. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who led the debate on these resolutions, made reference to the exact part of the estimates document that will show to Barbados and all who are interested exactly what that expenditure is, what it was used for, where expenditures were not made, where the targets for capital work spending were not met. Because these are things with which we have to come to terms as well. We have to be able to understand and balance what are the inputs that are going to allow us to meet our targets, to be able to deliver and provision for the people of this country, and where do we need to supplement those as necessary. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central also took us through some explanation of the difference between the investment loan that we are hearing about with respect to the expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and the policy-based loan that forms the other part of this cognate debate. Sir, every week or month or every other day, depending on how you prefer or how you are able to provision your own home, you may go to the supermarket or you may go to the corner shop and you may buy some things to cook, you may buy some things to wash, to clean, and so on. But in order for you to be able to put together a meal for yourself and your family, there are some other things that you need. You need a spoon to be able to stir. You need a pot to be able to cook the food in. You need some inputs so that in addition to the day-to-day things that you have to buy, you also need to have some tools. You also need to have the items with which to be able to put these meals together. So the running of a country, the running of a government, and I hope that the leader of the opposition is learning this lesson because he has not really interacted much with governance of a country. He seems to believe that you just stand up and yell, and this is how governance happens. It takes a certain maturity, it takes a certain patience and understanding to be able to run a government. And so there are major investments that a government will make, but then there are also the operational things. There are also the wages and salaries and investments in people's development in the jobs that they do and in the roles that they play. There are the operational things that government has to always make sure it can deliver. And then there are the major investments that help people realize the fullness of their well-being. And so government, in its financial planning, has to be able to provision all of those things in different ways. Sir, I would never suggest to a person that they take everything they've been able to save and use that cash to build a house or buy a house. There are some people who may choose to do it, but the truth is that the point of borrowing is to be able to finance long-term investment from which you are going to be able to continue to see the returns year after year. So when you service that debt, when you pay that interest, what you're essentially paying for is the utility of that investment year after year after year. That way, you hold on to your liquidity, your cash, for the kinds of things for which you need cash. That is a simple difference. That is a simple reason that we choose to finance major investments. That we don't look to pull in all of the revenue and all of the cash and build a geriatric hospital or expand a QEH. Those are long-term investments. And we know that the wisdom of public finance is that governments or even corporates need to be able to prioritize spending that enhances productivity and that provides a pathway of long-term growth. The experts will advise you to borrow for that reason. But not only that, we see countries, sir, Barbados is today at what? 99% debt to GDP, about. Sir, there are countries, developed countries, that are way beyond that. The US, I believe, is over 100%. There are other countries, sir, that have a higher debt to GDP ratio than Barbados. But their debt is considered sustainable. Why? The test of whether a country's debt is sustainable, in other words, whether or not it will become a burden to generations today and in the future, is whether a government can easily service that debt without sacrificing investments in long-term growth and productivity. It's really that simple. And to the extent that this Barbados Labour Party government has done what a previous DLP government could not manage to do, sir, a former Minister of Finance used to come in here and throw his hands in the air and ask, what would you have me do? And I could never understand it. Because it seems to me that an administration or a government that has laid out a clear pathway to be able to pay its bills, not only to the international community, but also domestically in circumstances where the government of Barbados was made shame right here at home by the fact that we could not pay service providers. And if we were not paying service providers, where is the growth coming from that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is looking for or talking about? It is only when we are able to put that money back in people's pockets, it is only when we are able to pay people on time and make sure that they can continue to invest in their businesses that we see the kind of growth that he is looking for. But sir, I spent many years, maybe not many, but some years alongside the member for Christchurch East Central, working on what that debt portfolio composition should look like, and seeking to explain it bit by bit and piece by piece to the people of Barbados, and we will continue, this government will continue to do that. But sir, I also want to get to the substance of the investment loan that is here. The 316 million Barbados dollars that is to be used for the purpose of the expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. I grew up, sir, and as I make reference to my childhood, please allow me to express my condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of the now late Maurice Norval. I called him Uncle Maurice growing up because he is the father of my childhood best friend. And I know that this country will miss the energy and professionalism of his broadcasting and really the life that he brought to us all on the airwaves and beyond. But, sir, I grew up going to what we call Lady Mead Polyclinic. It's Sir Winston Scott now. And that was, for me and my family, the core of our access to healthcare. At that polyclinic, we got dental care, eye care. My mother was able to access antenatal services. Essentially, the polyclinic was the first and, hopefully, because of QEH's tertiary treatment, hopefully, really, the first and only point of healthcare access for many families. And I say that because as we invest in the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, and I acknowledge the information shared with us by the Honourable Member for St. Michael North about the concurrent investments in polyclinics and others, I want us to always remember that it is the care delivered at that level, the care delivered at the level of the polyclinic, at the primary healthcare level, where we are teaching people about nutrition, where we are making sure that people understand how to care for their teeth, how to care for their eyes, how to care for their toenails and extremities if they may already be considered at risk for certain kinds of illnesses. But it is at that point where the interventions that you make are more of a counseling and guiding nature and preventative nature. And I cannot emphasize enough that the more we spend there, and with other more creative ways of encouraging people to take care of their health, the less we will have to spend on the kinds of interventions that are itemized here in this resolution. These investments are necessary now. They're necessary now because, regrettably, we have reached a place in our NCD status where we have now to try and manage a heavy burden of NCD care. If we invest more in primary care, it means that we do not have to make such tremendous investments later on in the healthcare system. But I mentioned Sir Winston Scott Polyclinic, sir, because I am mindful of the relationship, not just between primary and tertiary healthcare, but the relationship between the institutions that together keep Barbadians well. And over the weekend, I happened to be on the road just opposite the QEH, which is a part of St. Michael South Central. And I talking to the folks out there, I was also reminded of many conversations we had about how the expansion, any expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital on its current site or over to the Enmore site on the other side of the road would and will have to include the community of which it is a part.
Bannister Land, honorable member.
Thank you, sir. Delamere land, Bannister land, Campaign land.
Yes.
Sir, you know, institutions matter in more than their functional capacity. Institutions matter in more than their functional capacity. When the Central Bank of Barbados, the Tom Adams Financial Center, was being constructed, notwithstanding all of the doubt and all of the debate that surrounded it, it emerged as a beacon of economic development and growth of this country. At the time, it was the tallest building in town that said to the people and communities around it, this is who we are. That said to the people immediately in its vicinity, the communities, the young people, the people living and working and running about around there, this is a part of you, and this is who you can be. And this economic development is for you and with you. That is what that building meant to me. And so equally, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital means something beyond its functional capacity, which is important, to the communities that it faces. Many of the people in those communities ideate careers and jobs and work around that institution. They see it as an emblem of what they can aspire to and do. And so people will tell you, people living right in that community will say, I want to be a radiographer. There's a family, sir, that, you know, as MPs, we love all our families. And it is possible that each family or different families represent different things to some of us. There's a family that's right across the road there. 2 granddaughters. One of them, when we met, was studying to be a doctor, the other training to be a nurse. You know the family, sir. You know most of them out there.
That is correct.
And I would visit them and see how they were striving in the community that they were born in, and see how they looked at the hospital as the way that they would succeed. The institution, the beacon that would take them to their success. Similarly, sir, when we came to service as a government in 2018, and I had the privilege of working with the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, we worked on the Constitution River upgrade, Halls Road. And we said at that time that these kinds of investments in infrastructure cannot happen without concurrent investments in how people live and what this is to mean for the people living there. Sir, I raise all of these things because I still feel very strongly that while the people of the communities around the hospital, who also feel a sense of safety, that they actually live right next door, and were something to happen, they have immediate access to care. That there is a sense of security in that. But they also feel very much that they must be and want to be a part of the redevelopment of that area, a part of the redevelopment of what that area offers to Barbados. Sir, when I was speaking to the young people in Bannisterland on over the weekend, a big part of the conversation was about how they felt the hospital could be improved and how they felt they could contribute to that. Sir, perhaps just before COVID, I also had the opportunity to go with the then Minister of, well, both Ministers of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment, the then Minister and the subsequent Minister, to look at the development of the area immediately opposite the hospital that people now use for parking. Sir, in those discussions, in which we included people from the community, we heard lots of stories about how that area used to be used, how much cricket used to play, how many teams were born right in that patch, right there. And there was a sense of loss. There is a sense of loss. That area that has meant so much to this community is not now enjoying the redevelopment that others are enjoying. So I take it from this resolution and from the plans of which the member for St. Michael North is so excited, as he rightly is, we all are. I would like the people of St. Michael South Central to be equally excited. I take it that the improvements that are contemplated for that area are meant to include the people, the community infrastructure, and the livelihoods of those people in those communities. So we said, and I was Minister for Investment when we said it, I said it with my whole chest, that we will not be a government that presides over the expansion of private or public infrastructure that does not bring people along. We were talking on that occasion about tourism infrastructure, about hotels, like the ones going up now in Bay Street and the ones going up on the West Coast. We said, and we put the instruments in place, because I was the one who was able to do it, along with others working in the ministry. We said that investors must have a facility to be able to invest in the common infrastructure, the community infrastructure, the drainage, the sidewalks, the culverts, the engagement of young people, the lights on playing fields, that investors, developers must have a facility to invest in the people that are in those communities. And I say these things because I expect that over the 48 months or before, when we start to see the expansion plans, that those include, you know, one of the things the guy said to me on Saturday, sir, was, you know that right now, if you work at the hospital, there's nowhere for you to get healthy food to eat. And I mean, I don't want to tell people business, but these are the facts. That people are looking on and saying, this is the way in which we think that this institution of ours should function, and this is how we think that we can contribute. There are income earning opportunities. Real income earning, I mean real business creation. Because I think that sometimes we believe that we give a man a blade to sell on a spot, and that is creating intergenerational wealth for our families. I am saying don't give a man a blight to sell on a spot with the appropriate licenses and so on. But I'm also saying, let us build businesses that last for the communities around these institutions. Let us create a pathway for people in those communities to be able to offer services themselves. The QEH must be the largest employer in the public service. And so that group of employees as a market for people selling services is a significant market. Those people are ready to be a part of this expansion. The area itself, sir, is ripe to benefit from infrastructure development. Sir, this is tenantry land. This is...
Honourable tenantry land, honourable member.
Yes, correct, sir. This is, sir, the legacy of a Barbados Labour Party that said to Barbadians in landmark legislation that we are going to give you the right of ownership of this property that they told you you could only occupy until we're ready. You could hold on there and you could work there on conditions that we give you, but nothing here don't belong to you. And we said no. And the Tenantry Freehold Purchase Act shifted that reality for many families, and we continue so to do. And so that the transfer of those lots to those people, so that they can have that. The upgrading, sir, I'm happy if we start with the upgrading of the area that people are parking on now. And I'm waiting for the member for St. Michael North to look across at me and start to nod and say, yes, that's what we plan to do. But he like here and looking out here. Sir, these are interventions that signal intent. These are the ways in which you say to a community, we are not just building wings and wards and units which are critical. I don't think there's anybody in here who will deny that these investments are important. But sir, I would not feel comfortable seeing and being involved in a development of this nature in this area, in town, just like Central Bank was in town and started to mean so much for people, that does not simultaneously upgrade the living conditions of people in that community. Sir, the fact that the test of good debt is the extent to which it enhances productivity and provides a pathway for people to be involved in the long-term growth of the country means that the test of this loan for this expansion is whether it is able to do that for the people of Delamere land and Bannister land and Campaign land and Bridgetown and all of the surrounding areas. Let us have the same investment in people's lives and livelihoods that we are making in people's health care. They are part of the same equation. If people are able to earn and recreate and feel proud of where they are from, they are more likely to be motivated to take care of themselves and their health. And so, sir, I support these resolutions, and I look forward to seeing how they help develop the communities around them. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy and proud to be able to not only add my voice, but to lend my support to this loan that we are acquiring for the betterment of this country. I want to sincerely thank the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, who spoke with such passion as he explained what Barbados would be receiving as a result of taking such a loan. And I particularly want to thank them for this because of the possible impacts on the people in St. James South. As an MP, I've been to the homes of my constituents, and from time to time, I've brought upon persons who suffer with cancer. And cancer, Mr. Speaker, is probably one of the most devastating diseases, illnesses that a human being can grapple with. And for many people, it feels like a death sentence. For those who have the opportunity and have the funds or have the backing or the wherewithal to borrow or have insurance, that they can go overseas and acquire the type of health care that can restore them to health, this is not the reality for hundreds, thousands of Barbadians. And therefore, it is with great relief and deep gratitude that we welcome the fact that we not only have one linear accelerator recently deployed within the last week, but that a second one is going to be made possible by this loan. At the center of our debt strategy is the upliftment of Barbadians. At the center of that strategy is the understanding that every single Barbadian cannot do for himself or herself what they would like to do or need to do, and that a caring government would have a strong social strategy to reach out to those people, to lift their burdens and give them a chance. And that is what this loan will do. Oncology, being able to offer people the type of quality treatment that you have to pay the level of a mortgage to get if you have to go to the United States to be able to acquire the same thing. This is a major, major achievement for a small developing country like Barbados to be able to offer its citizens. And sir, I have no doubt that those who live near us in the OECS, who may at times need to access these services, once we have capacity, they will be able to acquire this. This is life-saving investment. And therefore, I want to congratulate the entire team, from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Health, for those who've worked assiduously to do this for the ordinary Barbadian. I want to congratulate them on being able to extend the other services that will come under this loan, because it will make a difference to the lives of Barbadians. And so I thank you sincerely for this. Now, sir, we have reached a stage in the world where information is readily available. Unfortunately, the management of that information, being able to sift out what is truth and what is lie, is even more difficult now for citizens across the world, because you can get on social media, you can get on the internet and find information of all kinds, but unfortunately the citizen does not have a way to determine what is true and what is lie. And so many of them have been burned by the lies or the scams that perpetuate themselves across the internet. Therefore, countries are challenged with how do we keep our citizens informed, not misinformed, informed, giving them the facts, giving them the truth, helping to guide them so that they can form judgments that allow a nation to continue to work cohesively together to build out their strategy and to walk together to be able to build a future for those citizens. That is one of the most difficult things for governments to face, to deal with in this modern era. And sir, I will tell you, my heart is often grieved when I see lies perpetuated on the media to trap the minds of citizens, of consumers, to lure them into decisions, to lure them into doing things that are not in their best interests. It makes them victims to the evil that is in this world. And therefore, when we come to high office, when we put our hand up and say, we want to represent people, when we say we want to offer governance, it is critical that people are able to trust our word. That we will not come here and deliberately lie to them. That we will not concoct a story whose aim is merely the manipulation of the minds of people in order to achieve a political objective that in the end is not in the interests of the people of this nation. If ever there was a time that Barbados needed that, need to have truth upheld, it is in this hour and it is in this time. But it's not only truth, sir. When you come to political office, it is absolutely vital that you understand the dynamics of governance, the dynamics of small island development issues, that you understand the geopolitical issues that affect the way in which you govern. So it is important to prepare yourself. You cannot bring to this office the level of thinking that you have when you are not a part of this political arena. It is your responsibility to properly prepare yourself. Today, sir, I heard some things that said to me that there is a lack of readiness for the high office of government. What I heard today, sir, said things like, we are wickedly pursuing loans and we should apologize to the people of Barbados that we are putting burdens on the backs of young people, burdens on the backs of citizens, suggesting that this borrowing should never happen, that we should never address these issues, that the burden of cancer, the burden of ill health, the burden of being burned badly should continue to be borne by the average citizen rather than get a loan to alleviate that suffering. That is what I heard today. And I was appalled because it suggested that there is a lack of understanding as to how you deal with small island development and how you manage your affairs. So I just want to share a few thoughts on the issue of debt and the management of debt. The continuous loose talk and misinformation that comes from the mouths of people who should know better can impact people in the wider community. I saw on social media one person saying, well, somebody would have to explain to me how when you're borrowing more and more, how is it that your debt to GDP ratio could be getting better? And that would be a natural thing. Because if you do not understand economics, and if you do not understand how you manage a country, it would be confusing. How could you borrow more and still end up with a lower debt to GDP ratio? So, sir, it goes back to the basics. When we talk about fractions, we all know that a half is going to be bigger than a quarter. And we all know that a quarter is going to be bigger than an eighth. Why? Because the denominator, once it continues to grow, the relationship between the top number and the bottom number changes in favor of becoming smaller and smaller. So a country that has $1 million and it has a debt of $500,000, we know that 50% of its income is going to be affected. That's the debt to the GDP is $1 million. And we know that if another country with the same 500,000 but had a denominator, a gross domestic product of $10 million, we know that's 0.05%. So that a banker making a determination as to which of these two countries would be the better risk to offer a loan, that banker will tell you that the one with the larger denominator in relation to the numerator is going to be the one that is going to be a better risk because it demonstrates that it can pay. Now, what I find offensive is that in this chamber, the honourable member for the opposition could stand and quarrel about the hospital, and quarrel about schools and a letter, and quarrel about agriculture, as if Barbados started in 2018. You have a situation, Mr. Speaker, where somebody in a village went and destroyed the village shop, lick out all the windows, mash up all the counters, destroy all the product inside, burn down the doors. And when a new person comes in and starts trying to repair the shop, put things back together, change the doors, bring back new product, and restore that shop to a functioning state, the same person who mashed it up stands outside quarreling about how come you ain't get the counters back up yet, and how come they're in a new fridge, and when you gonna fix the roof, and I see a rat just run across there, what are you going to do about it? That is what we were treated to here. You mash up a country, brought it to its knees. Not a sanitation truck. No repairs to the schools. Not a bus. Did nothing to the QEH. And then come in here and ask where all the money gone, where it's spent, when they have done nothing to address those issues that were the burdens on the backs of Barbadians. Not the debt. Those conditions. And we found ourselves at a point where we could not borrow a dime from a person. Why? Because people are intelligent. If your debt to GDP ratio is bad, and your economic management of your economy is poor, and therefore your prospects look dismal, nobody's going to lend you any money. So what I want the honourable member, the leader of the opposition, to understand is that when your debt to GDP ratio is good, people will lend you money for the economic development of your country, and you will be able to respond to the needs of your citizens. I am looking forward to the improvements at QEH. I am looking forward to the infrastructure for education. I am looking forward to what we're going to be doing in agriculture, what we're doing in housing. Because, Mr. Speaker, the only way for a small island like ours to do this is to put your financial resources, put your financial matters in order, acquire the financial resources necessary, manage them well, and invest in all of these areas for the benefit of your country. And so we were told today that our debt, that we had $7 billion in debt, and we had paid $9 billion over the time. I'm grateful for that, because what does that do? It gives us room to borrow more, to take Barbados further. But how are you going to take Barbados further? Mr. Speaker, all of us know, living in a small island like this, that there are other forces that determine whether you get a loan or don't get a loan. We all know that there are dynamics worldwide that determine who gets development help and who does not. We understand that there is a geopolitical structure out there that is established in a way to ensure that certain countries remain on top and the rest of us stay at the bottom. And therefore, there are persons who determine that they will examine what it is you want to borrow money for and will determine whether or not they will give you, not based solely on whether you can pay it back, but who do you support politically? What political leanings do you have? Who are you associating with? These are the dynamics that face countries like ours. So when the Ministry of Finance, when the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Northeast, when they have to navigate the international situation to gain resources for us to be able to do the work of economic development, it is not just as straightforward, can you pay it back? But maneuvering among the various institutions to see who would give you favor to get that loan, Mr. Speaker. So watch an interesting thing. The entire world economic structure, as long as you control transport, as long as you control the media, as long as you control the financial architecture, you can determine which economies grow and which ones fall. And that is why, despite the effort of many developing countries, many of them struggle because they're strangled by debt and the inability to access the resources, the technology, the education, the inputs that they need to break out of that position. So, sir, there are times, therefore, when you may want to do something that is critical to your country, but the international arena says, no, you cannot do that. You may want to protect certain industries within your borders, but there's some international rules that say, no, you can't. There are international rules that say you cannot give your fishermen, people might find it hard to believe, but there are rules that say you cannot give your fishermen subsidies. Can't give them ice. Can't help them with a boat engine. People don't understand that we are constantly fighting a battle out there. So when it comes to getting financing, you cannot always get what you want. So what has happened? Over the years, you've applied for funding to do this and to do that, but sometimes they do not give you what you want, they tell you what they will give you. You might want a table, sir. They'll tell you when you get the table, we send you the tablecloth. But helping you with the specific thing that you really need to get ahead. And this is why Barbados has had to go about a political strategy, a foreign policy strategy, an industrial strategy, and a social strategy that has to support each other in order for us to get where it is we want to go. And so, one of the things the developing world has recognized is that we need to come together and build the capacity to put funds together that you can borrow what is needed to get your economic and social development done, because you cannot always get what you want under the terms and conditions that you want from other places. The Middle East has a set of development banks. Latin America and the Caribbean have a development bank. Africa set about to establish a Frexim Bank for two purposes. One, to be able to provide to the countries of Africa access to financing for their development, that they can start and take control over the production of their minerals and build up their production base, generate jobs for their people. That is why a Frexim Bank was formed. But it also recognized that it is not enough to build production capability. You have to be able to do trade, to earn the money. You have to be able to export. You have to be able to import what you need, and you have to be able to export what you are producing. And so a Frexim Bank exists for that purpose. It is represented in Africa, but they recognize that more than Africa is going to be required. They're interested in Latin America, and they're interested in the Caribbean. And therefore, sir, when the opportunity came, when they wanted to set up a bank outside of Africa, we put our hands up to say, bring it here. Why? Because you will have a bank. Yes, it is going to be looking at your debt to GDP ratio. It is going to look at how you're managing your affairs. But what it will do, it will have an eye for the elements that you really need in order to get ahead. You know what we need to break the trade stranglehold? We need cargo shipping. We need air cargo. But the control over air cargo and cargo transport makes it difficult for us. That's one of the things that contributes to the high cost of living in Barbados. Everything got to go out to Miami and come back down here, or go from Africa up to England and come back here, because we can't go directly to each other and trade and move goods. So we need that. But over all these years, we've never been able to get financing for cargo. Why? Because once we cannot move cargo, it allows the stranglehold to stay in place, sir. A Frexim Bank is in the position where it can facilitate these small nations to acquire shipping, to facilitate shipping between Latin America and Africa, and allow us to be a part of that logistical mix. So having a Frexim Bank here represents an opportunity for us to be able to build out our trade in a way that we could not before. So, sir, we are grateful that they have come here, because it's going to make a tremendous difference to CARICOM, and it's going to make a tremendous difference to trade for developing countries. And because it's such a landmark event, because it represents so much that will help to empower the dreams of Barbadians, I cannot tell you how many of my constituents have come to me. They have big projects in mind, but technically They're not in the group that normally does big projects and therefore would be ignored by the regular banking institutions. They would not take a risk on them. A Frexim Bank is giving them a hearing and giving them an opportunity. And that is what is going to help to break out our economy, to allow more inclusivity of ordinary Barbadians with good ideas stepping forward to put their mark and be able to build an enterprise that can contribute to the world and contribute to this country. So we welcome them. So the honor that we gave to that gentleman, Dr. Orama, November 30th, was in recognition of his understanding of the value of the presence of a Frexim Bank in this part of the region. They could have gone other places, sir. Could have gone on to Latin America, go to the Middle East. They came here first. They came here first. So, sir, I am grateful to them. And I'm grateful that we had the foresight to understand the value that they represent to us. And it's not only the fact that the bank is here. It is that they're going to build a hotel. It is that they're going to have a trade conference center here. It is that they're going to do planning gains in the area. They are an institution that will be able to help Barbados. So I want Barbados to understand we are building a future for every single citizen in this country. From health to education to business to infrastructure to everything. And for us to get there, we must have access to capital, and we are making ourselves attractive for investment and to be able to borrow, because we want Barbados to have the opportunity to be able to be part of the new economic global table and to be able to be competitive among the nations and bring something to the table that will result in the type of prosperity that will be shared by Barbadians across this country. That is our aim. That is our goal. And we will continue to invest. We will continue to borrow judiciously and invest judiciously in the elements that will take us there, because we are committed to this country and committed to every single citizen in this country. All of us must do well. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member St. Michael, West Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support the resolution before this August chamber. And let me also express my thanks and gratitude to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who would have piloted the resolution earlier today. Mr. Speaker, the confidence led by the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central speaks volumes, but is also a reminder and a timely reminder of the quality of intellect, the quality that we possess not only here on this side, but a quality of a person who continues to lead and to support the Prime Minister in the Ministry of Finance in a very exemplary manner. And I say that he will obviously continue to do what he does best, that is to protect the interests of Barbados and Barbadians. And Mr. Speaker, when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central comes to this chamber, or if he's in cabinet and he's piloting any matter before, especially here in Parliament, it's with a renewed sense of confidence that the Honourable Member speaks when he's here. And I really want to say that the country is so fortunate to have a man like the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central working alongside the Prime Minister to deliver for the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, what we heard today was perhaps a political dress rehearsal by the leader of the opposition. And he did so, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps he feels that something is in the air or something is about to happen. But we don't know that, Mr. Speaker. But what we are busy doing is that we are conducting the business of Barbados. And we are managing so skillfully the affairs of Barbados to ensure that where the Democratic Labour Party took us in the last term, that we shall never, ever return there, Mr. Speaker. And I say so from the bottom of my heart, because the discussion about debt and debt management and borrowings, Mr. Speaker, has been a feature in every parliamentary term in this parliament. In every parliamentary term, there's always been a discussion about debt, and there's always been a discussion about borrowing. But, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Labour Party, early in its term in 2018, would have done a number of amendments, not only to the financial practices and to the laws that govern financing in Barbados, to ensure that what we witnessed during the last term of the Democratic Labour Party never happens under this term. So this Barbados Labour Party government practiced the art of transparency in accordance with the resolution. You must bring the resolution to this Parliament, even if you approve it in Cabinet. You have to, with respect to borrowings, you have to bring it here, and you have to discuss it, Mr. Speaker. So there's clear transparency with respect to the borrowings that we have. And speaking, Mr. Speaker, on the matter before us under the Special Loans Act, I believe it's Cap 105 with respect to the borrowing of approximately $313.6 million. And speaking on that, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's important for us to take the country through its proper historical context. Mr. Speaker, it was the Barbados Labour Party, and there was a debate back then that built a number of what was then referred to as healthcare centers, later known as polyclinics across the island. And we did so by placing them at strategic points across Barbados for the benefit of all Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, it was the Barbados Labour Party that started the construction of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital ahead of the 1961 general election, Mr. Speaker, when there was a change in government. And there were people, Mr. Speaker, who would have criticized the then government, Barbados Labour Party administration of the day, for making a decision to commence construction of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. And we're hearing the same thing today. It was the Barbados Labour Party that created the Transport Board under the wisdom and vision of the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, Mr. Speaker, going back to the 1950s, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we not only had a reliable and safe transport system in Barbados, but that we have public transport, and that is important. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the housing policy, it was the Barbados Labour Party that established units, for example, as we say in Deacons, but some people like to say Ferniehurst, in Belfield, Mr. Speaker, in Grisettes, Mr. Speaker, in Eden Lodge, Mr. Speaker, in Silver Hill and Gall Hill, Mr. Speaker. It was the Barbados Labour Party that had the vision to ensure. And when we did it, Mr. Speaker, at the time, there were people who would have criticized us like we are hearing today. But those persons are benefiting. Those persons are benefiting today from the policies of the Barbados Labour Party, because consistent with what we say all the time, the Barbados Labour Party is about making life better for people, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when we talk about debt, We go back to its historical context once again. It was the Barbados Labour Party that built a number of schools, newer secondary schools in Barbados, all across Barbados. They made the investment, Mr. Speaker, and we had to borrow to make the investment. And as a result of us making the investment in these new secondary schools, what have we accomplished? We have accomplished not only in the building of secondary schools, but let's go back to the Deepwater Harbor as they refer to it back in the day. We call it the Bridgetown Port today. But that the Deepwater Harbor, as they knew it then, was another brainchild of the Barbados Labour Party. And there were some people who felt it should not have been built. But today, Mr. Speaker, we have a port that ought to have been extended and many years ago, and we will have to do that. But, Mr. Speaker, when you see the cruise liners coming in, as we saw them on Sunday, Mr. Speaker, with over 11,214 passengers in one day, Mr. Speaker, what does that say about Barbados, Mr. Speaker, and the infrastructure and the debt that we incur in there? Mr. Speaker, and we have to build roads, and we have to repair roads. And we will have to borrow for that too, Mr. Speaker. We finance some out of existing resources annually, and we have to borrow some as we're doing in the Scotland district because it is a major project. And Mr. Speaker, Highway 2A, back to its historical context. Highway 2A, Mr. Speaker, when the late great Tom Adams and his administration had the vision to decide that they were going to build that highway should have been a 4-lane highway. But because of the criticisms by the Democratic, coming from the Democratic Labour Party, it then went to a single lane on both sides, in and out of Bridgetown, Mr. Speaker. But it ought not. If that were done, Mr. Speaker, today, the traffic that we have going into the north of Barbados would have been substantially alleviated, Mr. Speaker. But thanks to the vision of the Barbados Labour Party, it was not only about building the road, but it was when you're on Highway 2A, you see the number of small businesses, people who had an opportunity to improve their lot, people who built homes, Mr. Speaker. And then it became a major artery in Barbados for efficiency, Mr. Speaker. And I say all of that to say that everything we have done is about advancing the cause of Barbadians and making life better for them, Mr. Speaker. But how are you going to advance a country and a people if you cannot borrow, Mr. Speaker? But the good news is that the Barbados Labour Party, as a government and based on strong policy, remains a policy of good fiscal prudence, responsible, Mr. Speaker, and thrifty in all of its decisions, management decisions. And that is where we are. But, Mr. Speaker, let's cast our mind back. I recall in May of 2017, a president of the Chamber of Commerce sounded an alarm. We weren't in government at the time. We came in 2018. But in May of 2017, you had a president of the Chamber of Commerce sounding alarm that the fact that debt was approaching 160% of GDP, and that was published in the newsletter. But also going on to make the point that there would have been another $364 million that was due in that year, an additional $343 million in debt service the following year, Mr. Speaker. And when you review everything that happened under the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, the picture gets worse, Mr. Speaker. And what happened, Mr. Speaker? The debt at the end of the 2017-18 financial year was indeed 160% of GDP. That was not under the Barbados Labour Party. that was under the Democratic Labour Party. But thanks to the skillful team that we have, particularly in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, they were able to reduce the debt from 160% of GDP all the way down to below 100%, Mr. Speaker. That is what you call skillful, prudent financial management skills being applied to Barbados to ensure that we do what we have to do to manage the economy in a very prudent way. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Barbados Labour Party did not borrow for balance of payment support. That was on the Democratic Labour Party. We didn't borrow for balance of payment support. And when we borrow, we are borrowing to make significant capital investments in this country in order, one, to advance the country, but to ensure that we have growth in the economy and that we can see at the end of the day what we are doing to transform the lives of the people in Barbados. And I say so confidently, Mr. Speaker, because if we had to contrast the economic management of the Democratic Labour Party and the economic management of the Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, the Democratic Labour Party will get far a failing grail all the way down, Mr. Speaker. This is what we're about. We are about contrasting, Mr. Speaker, the economic and financial leadership of this country. And that is what the Barbados Labour Party has done skillfully in this country, notwithstanding the challenges that we were faced with when we became government in 2018. And Mr. Speaker, at least we forget. Under the Democratic Labour Party, we had a string of downgrades. Under the Barbados Labour Party, we've had a number of upgrades, Mr. Speaker, and there can be no denying of that whatsoever upgrades, Mr. Speaker. We have been upgraded year on year. We have been upgraded, and you're only rewarded and given upgrades, Mr. Speaker, if the multilateral institutions and the rating agencies have confidence in you. And we are proud to proclaim that the rating agencies continue to have confidence in the economic and financial management of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And I don't want to sound as though I'm on a political platform, but I make the point, Mr. Speaker, that the leader of the opposition came here with a dress rehearsal for political purposes. And therefore, if I am to read him, therefore an appropriate political response has to be given and delivered taking it into the historical context of Barbados, Mr. Speaker. So, we've restructured the debt, we've borrowed for capital projects, and Mr. Speaker, oftentimes, if there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we are guilty of as a government, that every project that we have done in this country, we should have had a massive billboard working to make life better for Barbadians and building better for Barbados, I'm not a strategist, Mr. Speaker, but words to that effect to let people know. Because I'll give you an example. We came to office and there was an issue with water in St. Joseph. And Mr. Speaker, I can speak confidently about this matter because I also serve as a minister responsible for water resources. And we knew the issues that we had in St. Joseph and St. John and parts of St. George with water. But what did we do? We had to ensure, first of all, that we change out the distribution mains in order for the people to get water flowing to their taps again. Because, Mr. Speaker, you knew what was happening in St. John. I worked tirelessly as part of my responsibility on water resources. And we also had a problem with the Castle Grant Reservoir. But what did we do? Yes, we borrowed money. Yes, we got grant money. And yes, we do use some of the policy-based loans in order to ensure that there's a new reservoir at Castle Grant, Mr. Speaker, that the people of St. John and St. Joseph and parts of St. George, Mr. Speaker, can enjoy. And when we look at what is happening in St. Lucie, for example, and the leader likes to have a sort of remarks across the aisle to the honourable member for St. Lucie.
And this is where perhaps we need to put some signage up. Because what will happen? We had a similar problem with water and the flow of water in St. Joseph and St. John and parts of St. George, like I said. The government went in with a policy response, as they're doing now in St. Lucie, to change out the mains in St. Lucie, to ensure that the reservoir located there is up to the required standard, so that when you have the flow coming back, it will come back and people will have pure water, Mr. Speaker. That is what we are doing. Yes, it is taking time, but at the end of the day, just like the residents of St. Joseph and St. John and parts of St. George were refreshed with water, with new distribution mains, and with a new reservoir, the people of St. Lucie can look forward with confidence to distribution of water, clean water, Mr. Speaker, coming through and flowing through the taps. And Mr. Speaker, it costs money. And oftentimes, we do not see it because it's going underground. It's like when you're building a port, Mr. Speaker, anything with marine is being sunk into the sea. Sometimes you don't see it. But when the ship's flowing, you see the benefits, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we're doing. You have to dig a trench. You have to cut through rock. You have to cut through roads, Mr. Speaker. Then you have to go and lay the mains, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, you also then have to refill the areas that, the trenches that you have cut, Mr. Speaker. You then have to repave the area. Mr. Speaker, it takes money. And when you look at projects, there is no way, Mr. Speaker, that there are some projects in Barbados, if we didn't borrow, it would be impossible for us to finance. And that is a fact. If we don't borrow, how are you going to finance? Well, if the Queen Elizabeth Hospital is required as part of this proceeds approximately $314 million, how long would it take us to save and to amass $314 million of a country? Should a country wait, Mr. Speaker? Should a country wait for a country to save $315 million to provide health care, to save lives, and to help people in a country? Should it, Mr. Speaker, have to let people die in order for us to do these things? The answer is no. We are above that, and we are doing so, and we are doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker. And we have to ensure we enhance the delivery of services, and that is what we're about. A government, unlike a business, has to provide a social component and to ensure that it looks after the social services of this country, and that is what we're doing. And Mr. Speaker, I drew the example of the Barbados Water Authority. And I'm pleased that when you hear about what will happen at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, I'm even more assured that healthcare needed the injection, Mr. Speaker, and it will get the injection it needs. Mr. Speaker, I'll cite in a simple example. I call it simple but critical. The expansion of laboratory services going across the street from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. You need it, Mr. Speaker. If you are diagnosed with a problem and the doctors need to take the blood samples and other samples, Mr. Speaker, you need to do so very efficiently. You take the samples, they will go to the lab will get the results for you. What is wrong with the government borrowing money to expand a laboratory service at a hospital to improve and to enhance the efficiency of decision-making as it relates to patient care and saving lives, Mr. Speaker? What, Mr. Speaker? There can be no compromise, no barrier to that. And that is what the government is doing. When the government tells you that it will have additional services across the street, and that they will have specific care facilities across the street that they're building, they also tell you that they care about the patients. This is not a country based on all the training that we have in medicine and all the professionals who are working there, who incidentally, Mr. Speaker, have been asking and advocating for improvements. And this is a policy response to the improvement in healthcare in Barbados, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we have challenges, and we will always have challenges. But when the government has committed as much money as it's committing to enhance the healthcare provision and services in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, the government deserves credit. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go into any detail about the Transport Board in terms of the acquisition of electric buses. Suffice to say that I also serve as a Minister of Transport. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in the 2022 general election, we went through a campaign, and the people of Barbados were so very pleased when we have those first set of buses, Mr. Speaker. Some people say how nice they were. Air-conditioned luxury, Wi-Fi, Mr. Speaker, and if you're driving, you wouldn't believe that you're in a bus. You would believe that you're in a wonderful aircraft going to some part of the world because of the luxury and the comfort that you have, Mr. Speaker. But we went through a general election campaign, and people gave us approval for that, Mr. Speaker. But we now have in Barbados the largest fleet of electric buses to be found anywhere in the Caribbean, Mr. Speaker. And that is again because of the leadership, Mr. Speaker. And we had to buy some too. And I was there, so I understand, Mr. Speaker, that we have to do these things. Mr. Speaker, we had to resurface Highway 1. We had to improve the roads in the Scotland district. And we're doing that now because not only for the residents who for years suffered, but we're also doing it because the Scotland district is part of our tourism attractions that we have on offer. And if you want to showcase Barbados, you have to showcase the best of what we have to offer. And access to get there is always critical and important. So we're doing it for the locals especially, but we're also doing it to ensure that the many attractions that we have and others to come, Mr. Speaker, in that area would have easy route and easy access. Mr. Speaker, the Grant Williams International Airport. You have to, an airport, for example, Mr. Speaker, where if you had to redo or resurface a runway in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, and we are fortunate that we have the Grant Williams International Airport with a runway of some 11,000 feet, Mr. Speaker. Few can boast of a runway in the Caribbean of 11,000 feet, Mr. Speaker. And we can land these 380 aircraft. We can land the 747 aircraft as we've done, and we can land other aircraft in Barbados as a result of that. But when you have to resurface 11,000 feet of runway, Mr. Speaker, if you don't have the cash in hand to do it, you have to borrow. But, Mr. Speaker, the good news is that having borrowed money or using PBL funds, policy-based loans funds, Mr. Speaker, the country is now seeing and experiencing a boom in tourism, Mr. Speaker. Look at the aircraft parked on the Grant Williams International Airport, and what is that investment doing? When we upgrade, for example, the radar equipment that we're spending millions of dollars on, what are we doing? We are sending a signal to the international airlines that you can come to Barbados and you can land safely here at Grant Williams International Airport so that we can attract even more airlift, Mr. Speaker, and that is what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. So we are making investments. When we look at the Bridgetown port, and you see what we did, Mr. Speaker, there was often a complaint in Barbados that when the cruise ships coming into Barbados, the cargo ships, will have to wait outside of the port's basin before they can come in and wait until the cruise ships leave Barbados. Mr. Speaker, the government of Barbados invested over $100 million in Berth 6. And when you pass the mighty Grenada Highway, you will see it. That when the cruise ships are in port now, you have the cargo ship there at Berth 6, Mr. Speaker, offloading. And the day you don't have a cargo ship in town, you can have an additional cruise ship there, Mr. Speaker. We've done that because we believe in efficiency, we believe in progress, and we believe in making life better for the people of Barbados. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the equipment as well that we've invested, there are two wonderful cranes there, hybrid cranes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, a crane doesn't cost 5 cents. Those two cranes cost over 60 million Barbados dollars, Mr. Speaker. I never knew the gantry cranes, Mr. Speaker. The first time in life, and I had to double check the figures because I can't believe what I was saying. I could not imagine, and I didn't double check them here. I went elsewhere when I was traveling on other assignments for tourism, and I said I want to go down to the ports. And I went into Palm Beach, and I went elsewhere, and I asked them, well, how do these things cost? Mr. Speaker, and when they told me, I said, well, wow, this is an experience. But we have 2 additional gantry cranes in Barbados, Mr. Speaker. And we've done so. And the reason we did it, because we want not only to drive more efficiency at the port, but we recognize there comes a time that you have to make sure you have adequate inventory, but you don't wait until everything breaks down, like what happened in Transport Board, where the Democratic Labour Party left everything broke down, and we came in and we had to buy electric buses and start the process again. Mr. Speaker, and I know firsthand because I have been an eyewitness to what occurred at the Transport Board. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the investments that we are making in the security apparatus as well, not only at the Grand Lambs International Airport, but at the seaport, the scanning of equipment, a scanner that sometimes, Mr. Speaker, when you go and look at these prices, you ask yourself, oh dear Lord, but you have to buy it. Because when you buy these things, you are not only protecting your borders, Mr. Speaker, you are sending a signal to the outside world that we can control our own destiny and we know what we're doing. Mr. Speaker, and it's a very simple thing. We're doing all these things, but at the same time, the economy is growing, Mr. Speaker. People will complain about borrowing, Mr. Speaker, but I will use tourism as an example. If we go out to the markets, Mr. Speaker, we drive more airlift and more tourists, and we get more spend here, Mr. Speaker. What does that do to the economy? It helps the economy to earn more. The economy grows, Mr. Speaker, and when the economy grows, Mr. Speaker, the government is able to do what they're required to do. But, Mr. Speaker, it is not that we are borrowing money and we are defaulting, Mr. Speaker. We didn't default and have not defaulted, and the Barbados Labour Party has never, ever defaulted on any loans in the history of the Barbados Labour Party, and as it relates to cabinet governance, Mr. Speaker. We've never, ever, Mr. Speaker. But we are earning more, and I use tourism as an example. As we earn more from tourism, as we did in 2024 compared to 2023, where we earn additional $418 million. When we earn more, the Minister of Finance has something more that he can bill out social services. He has a little extra cash that he can pay down some more debt. And Mr. Speaker, talking about paying down debt. But there's no other government in the history of Barbados that has paid down as much debt as we have paid down under the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party. And that's a fact, Mr. Speaker. And as it relates to renegotiating debt, we were faced with situations where we came to office and we had debt at higher interest rates. And thanks to the Ministry of Finance, they were able to sit down, renegotiate the debt, reduce the debt service, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you are dealing with 200 and 300 million, and you're dealing with a loan at 6 or 9%, when you calculate, Mr. Speaker, you will say you're almost paying about double. But we were able, as a skillful, thanks to the Ministry of Finance and the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central and the Prime Minister, we were able to renegotiate debt. And you know when you renegotiate debt, what happens? You reduce the debt service. In other words, the country doesn't have to pay out as much money as it would have had to, were the interest rates not reduced. And that is what we have done. That is why, and then on top of the restructuring of the debt that we did, that is why we are in a position today to say that our debt service is declining and declining at a steady and consistent rate. It is not guesswork, Mr. Speaker. I said it's about financial leadership. It is about prudence, Mr. Speaker, and it's also being about being thrifty, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not going to delay the House unduly. Suffice to say that the Leader of the Opposition would have made some comments. He said, Mr. Speaker, that he opposed the loan for the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. But Mr. Speaker, if there's a dress rehearsal for a political event, I look forward going all across Barbados, telling the country that the leader of the opposition objected to a loan for the expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. Mr. Speaker, he also said, the leader of the opposition said, that something is wrong in Denmark, I'm quoting Shakespeare. But Mr. Speaker, something was definitely wrong with the Democratic Labour Party's economic leadership that he now represents, Mr. Speaker. It was definitely wrong, Mr. Speaker. So if something was wrong or is wrong in Denmark, as he claims, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to you, based on all the available evidence and all the independent commentators would have confirmed that there was definitely something wrong in Denmark with the Democratic Labour Party's economic plan. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to respond to the argument that the government of Barbados is on trial for the betrayal of poor people in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, that will be an expedition, Mr. Speaker, that we will have to deal with at a later date. And Mr. Speaker, there will come a time when there will be a general election in Barbados, and the country will be called upon, and we will be called upon to account. But, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know when that will happen, but suffice to say that the Barbados Labour Party's proud record of service and accomplishments, Mr. Speaker, must speak for the performance of the Barbados Labour Party. And I say to you, and I say to all Barbadians, don't be fooled. Barbadians, if you look at it in your individual circumstances, there's some people who cannot build, let's use the example of a wall house on their own. There comes a time where some people have to borrow money to buy land, and then they build a house. There's some people who go to a bank and they borrow money to improve their lot and to build a house. There's some people who may have a mortgage and decide to go and borrow money to buy a car. And that happens. And it's no different with the government. A government cannot afford in any one go, Mr. Speaker, to take up $315 million because you don't have the resources. And it's easier to borrow, Mr. Speaker, and then spread it out over a term of maybe 15, 20 years as you do in a mortgage payment, so that we can provide the services, so that we maintain infrastructure in this country, so that we maintain health services and health care, so that we maintain our ports of entry, that we can ensure that we have even more visitors coming to Barbados who will spend more, Mr. Speaker. It is important that we improve our infrastructure generally. We simply cannot do it on our own, and we have to borrow. And there will come a time, Mr. Speaker, when we will have to explain this, Mr. Speaker, in greater deal. But be assured, Mr. Speaker, that the Democratic Labour Party will never put me on the defensive as it relates to this matter. And I've been longing to speak on this matter, Mr. Speaker. I will be on the offensive, Mr. Speaker, because this Barbados Labour Party has nothing to be ashamed of. This Barbados Labour Party borrows money and it pays back, Mr. Speaker. But this Barbados Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, is also very prudent, as it says. And we always take the best interests of the people. And we will continue to do what is right, Mr. Speaker. We will continue as a political party and as a government in office representing the likes of the right excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, late great Tom Adams, late Sir Harold Bernard St. John, the late right Honourable Owen Seymour Arthur, and all those who have formed and supported the Barbados Labour Party government. We will continue to make life better for the people in Barbados. We were called upon to do it in 2018, and we responded, and we won the confidence of the people in 2022. And I have no doubt whatsoever that once we remain on track, once we continue to build out infrastructure, once we continue to respond to the social needs and concerns of the people of this country, that the people will ultimately sit back and assess the situation and will once again restore the confidence in the Barbados Labour Party to advance the fortunes. So I really want to close, Mr. Speaker, by thanking again the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central. He's a hard-working man, and I know that the people who sent him here will ensure that he continues to remain in this place. And I want to say that he's very, and I speak on my own behalf as well, and other colleagues will speak, he's very supportive. He gives solid advice as a minister in the Ministry of Finance. He's capable, and I go to sleep every night. Rest assured that the country's fiscal affairs will never be compromised as long as you have a man like the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, Mr. Speaker, supporting the Prime Minister in the Ministry of Finance and the other officials who work so tirelessly around the clock to ensure that this country's fiscal affairs remain in sound shape, Mr. Speaker. And with those few remarks, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for St. James North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to lend my support to this resolution. Late, of course, in the evening, but nonetheless, very important for a number of reasons. This country, Mr. Speaker, as you've heard many times before in this chamber, in and out of the chamber, has set itself on a task, and as a government in particular, to ensure that we can bring a better life for our people. And we do so on the basis that, having come to government in 2018, the circumstances of which you've heard today, a reminder, were not ones that were pleasant, because of course, the party which the Honourable Member for Christchurch South now leads did a demolition job on the people of Barbados between 2008 and 2018. And in those circumstances, we therefore had to do a number of difficult things to stabilize the economy, to stabilize the country, and to reform a number of key institutions, and to reform a number of key sectors so as to ensure that we can not just stabilize, but to move on, to thrive, to grow, and to succeed. And this resolution, whilst yes, at the heart, is about, of course, the expansion of our hospital. Whilst the resolution, of course, at the core is about the financing of that institution, this really, to my mind, Mr. Speaker, is really about enhanced capacity and enhanced ability to be able to service this country. In circumstances where, Mr. Speaker, we could not do it before. And this expansion will be a major expansion coming within the context of us being a nation on the eve of celebrating our 60th anniversary as a country. But equally, it's also not just about capacity, it is about confidence. Confidence, confidence, confidence. And as I sat today, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, it took my mind back to a world in which I was a law student in the United Kingdom in the 2010s. When at that time, Mr. Speaker, Barbados and its economic affairs and its fiscal affairs and fiscal matters was the laughing stock of not just the region, the world. And this is no proud boast because it all affected us as a people. But sometimes we have to let the record reflect and to remind those who want to now fly up, come down, and talk a lot of foolishness when they ought to know better. They ought to know better. But I cast my mind back not just to the 2010s when I was a law student, and the circumstances was difficult for Barbados. But at that time, many persons in this country had to endure difficult pain because of the economic mismanagement of Barbados by the Democratic Labour Party, which also led to the dismantling of part of our sacred grail in education through the point of free delivery at our tertiary institution, University of the West Indies. And I start there because one of the things that I will never forget in my political career, when I first started, Mr. Speaker, in the constituency of St. James North, meeting people, there was a young man, of course I wouldn't call his name, but there was a young man, Mr. Speaker, who said to me, "Man, I don't want to hear no politics." And as I engaged the young man, I thought, okay, why? And then I dug. You know what he said, Mr. Speaker? He said, "Big man, I was in my last year at UE. I come from a family of 5. My mother only worked 3 jobs when the week come on the course, not making a lot of money. And I was the only person in my household who had gotten that far to even get into tertiary learning." I'm paraphrasing, of course. And in my final year, I had to drop out of UE because that government took away the opportunity for me to finish my studies at UE. But he went further. You know what he said, Mr. Speaker? That led to me being depressed. I didn't care about life. I felt shame, and I started a life of crime. And it tells you a story. It tells a story that the economic decisions that a country makes, and in particular that a government makes, and who is at the helm of an economy, or who is at the helm of managing your financial resources and fiscal space, it matters. Equally, the governance of a country, and in particular education, matters, as does all ministries. But why is it important? Because education is not simply about the attainment of qualifications. Whilst that is necessary, it's not sufficient. It is about ensuring that a country and people can develop through education, which is the vehicle that would transport them to higher heights and higher planes. Fortunately, that young man has been able to change his circumstance. He was able to complete his education. But it is ironic that the leader of the opposition today would want to get up and lecture the honourable member for Christchurch East Central, not just on economics and loans and GDP and debt and all these things. But he now leads a party which stood at the decimation of the aspirations of thousands of Barbadians. And not once, since he's on that side, has he apologized to the country on behalf of the party he now leads. Ever. It is shameful. Why is it shameful? The founder of the Democratic Labour Party placed significant premium on education. The records are clear. And I am sure, Mr. Speaker, if the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow were alive today, and he had to take a casual walk through George Street, he would say to Ralph, the honourable member for Christchurch South, and all those parading in his name, "Depart from me, I know you not." Because they bear no resemblance to his philosophy, his ideology, his belief and core values to what will help a country, particularly a small island state and a small nation state, to be able to now move to greater heights. Now I want to further commend the Ministry of Finance for ensuring that we can get here today. Last year, Mr. Speaker, when I was in the Ministry of Economic Affairs, I would have taken a small delegation comprised of persons from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Ministry of Health to meet with the OPEC Fund. We met in Vienna. And at that time, a lot of this was in its genesis stage. But the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, his team has made it very clear today the benefits of what we have before us. So I just want to very briefly now go into a few things. Education is simply not, as I said, about the attainment of grades and which school you go to. Whilst those things have become part of the idea of education, education is invariably about how do you take a child, irrespective of its class, its color, its size, its intellect. You take that child as they are, irrespective of circumstance, and you put them through a conduit called the education system of Barbados, and you prepare them for the world ahead, the world in which changes at a very rapid pace, a world which is different to what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago. But at the same time, in a system that has been hitherto rooted in a colonial experience, and one which has, of course, taken us so far and no further. And therefore, the mission of this Ministry of Educational Transformation, which I lead, is simply about ensuring that we give our students and children who go on to be adolescents and adults the best global chance of success. Because why? The real competition, Mr. Speaker, is about helping them to compete against their counterparts, not just here in Barbados and the region, but around the world. Now, when you look, therefore, at being able to do all of these different things, these things require financing. This government has been able to, and you see it around the country, ensure not just that schools are being repaired, but we're having aggressive programs, partnering, of course, also with a number of international partners, the IDB, for example, with our Skills for the Future 2 program, where we're not just looking at the infrastructure, which I must add, Mr. Speaker, our infrastructure is largely between 50 years old and 200 years old. And therefore, as we build out, it is really about changing not just the physical infrastructure in changing a door here or a cabinet there or a classroom, but building schools that are fit for purpose for 21st century learning and realities. That therefore means, given particularly that we're in this part of the world on the front line of the climate crisis, one, schools that are resilient. We only need to look very close by to our sister nation of Jamaica. And it's not just Jamaica. Countries around the world, particularly in the tropics, who are on the front line of the climate crisis with hurricanes or cyclones, continue to face these realities. And therefore, the building of schools now require even more that we have resilience at the core of our building and our designs to ensure that they're fit for purpose, to withstand as much as possible whatever the environment will bring. But two, designing the schools also, Mr. Speaker, in a way that will allow for new modes of learning and teaching, not just the traditional teacher being at the front of the class and the children standing or sitting, in the rows and the columns, but also in ways that allow for students to stand and engage and to be on the outside in plants that reflect beautiful environments, physical environments that are wholesome, pleasing to the eye, and that brings our education system now into a modern era that can now be a model for the world to adopt. We set a very bold but clear ambition to be the #1 education system in the world within the next 7 years. And part of this transformation, particularly with the program I just outlined, is to also to do so through ensuring that our schools also have the necessary infrastructure, technological and otherwise, to keep our children on the cutting edge of transformation. We only saw, for example, we don't need to look back at COVID, where because of the pandemic, our students and of course our teachers had to be ushered into, at a moment's notice, into online learning. But this also goes back, as I said, to the vision of which this party carries for the country. In the 1990s, certainly as a young secondary school student at the time, we'd all recall our then Minister of Education, now Prime Minister, would have conceived and said to the country and said to the world about her vision for EduTech. What we were dealing with in 2020, 2021, 2022. It is almost as if she could see what the future of the world was. Similarly today, the education transformation exercise, Mr. Speaker, is about the same thing. We do not know what the future will hold. We do not know what calamity or crisis the world may hold, but how do we effectively prepare our citizens who will not stand children forever, but who effectively, as I said, will go into adolescence and adulthood, but they have the skills necessary to pivot and to thrive in whatever environment the world presents itself. And that, therefore, must be the hallmark of what we're achieving through education. And it requires, therefore, for us to have the necessary elbow room, policy space, fiscal space, to be able to deliver on these things for the country. Because why? These things need money. But you don't just, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch, East Central, said in his opening delivery this morning, you don't just take up the cash and say, here. There's a way that governments, particularly for small states, have to operate. Borrowing also, as I said, is about confidence. During that time in the 2010s, nobody in their right mind, certainly no financial institution with any level of financial discipline, was prepared to lend Barbados money at rates that were low. Why? Because our economic management of the country at that time under the Democratic Labour Party said to all around the world, you do not have the capacity to pay back your loans. You don't have the capacity to run your affairs well enough. We don't have confidence in you, so therefore, you got to pay a higher interest rate. Simple as that. Simple, basic economics. And for this to now have concessional finance, 3%, 3%, over a 20-year period, with a 4-year grace period. Oh Lord, man. This speaks once again to the confidence that has returned to the Barbados economy. And around the world, people are prepared again to invest in Barbados. Because why? The partners at some point still want to have the return. So we've now brought the economy in such a place that we have the confidence of institution after institution after institution after institution around the world to be able to say, here, Barbados, here is this sum of money to deliver on what you want to deliver through health in this instance. And we're going to give you at a 3% rate, concessional rate, over a 20-year period, allowing you to build out the capacity of your healthcare institution for your country. This is a testament of the confidence of Barbados in the world, and this government must be commended for that. But it is not just about the confidence, it's not just about the capacity. It is also a question of how do you now ensure that future generations of Barbados can also do the same thing, notwithstanding we do not know what the future of the world will look like. And therefore, education must now be that enabler to give them the tools, including the values, including the skills, including the mindset, to be able to navigate any circumstance that may come before them. And that is one of the reasons why included in the transformation of the curriculum is the idea of ensuring that financial literacy is a key component, not just about how to manage your household, but also, let's face it, our young people are challenging the status quo of ideas, the settled ideas that we once took for granted. We had a discussion a couple of weeks ago where the young people at Common School a couple of weeks ago indicated, and they were from secondary schools from across St. Michael. You were there, Mr. Speaker. Made it very clear about where they saw the future, not just of Barbados, but the future of the world going, and the role in which they saw themselves playing in it. And I took my mind, as I sat there, I took my mind back to when I was that same age. Yes, I was on that same trajectory, but I was not as refined as this generation is now today, in terms of where I saw the country going and my role in it. And it therefore means that we have to continue to take the confidence of our young people in our bosoms, and to constantly engage with them and to share with them, and for them to share with us how they see themselves moving and navigating in these spaces, particularly when the geopolitics of the world requires us to prepare our people for this eventuality. And therefore, when you hear the question of why is the value of education now such a big thing, Mr. Speaker, irrespective of administration, and I want to remind the Democratic Labour Party, and to remind, of course, those who are listening, I stood here in August and gave a ministerial statement on the future of education in Barbados and the future of transformation of education. And I remember it very clearly. On page 3, third paragraph, I made it very clear that irrespective of administration, whether the Barbados Labour Party or the Democratic Labour Party, administration after administration in this country invested in education in Barbados for its people. And know what I said, invested, not spent money, invested. I want me to ask, therefore, what is the difference? Yes, you spend money, of course, but education is a sector where you invest. Because why? You expect a return. What is the return? For us to continue to build out a society that provides for its people, a society that is competitive, a society where an ordinary young man or woman, irrespective of ability, whether you're disabled or not, you can contribute to your country based on the system that you've passed through, and we prepare you for the world to be able to contribute in a meaningful way that brings honor to yourself, community, region, and by extension, everyone around you. That is ultimately what it is. How do we prepare and invest now in this generation and the next so that those generations can continue to do the same as previous generations have done for us? It is a relay. Education is the great relay. It is almost like a long 4x4. It is not a sprint, it's not a 4x1. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central would know about that. But this is a 4x4.
He was an athlete?
So I'm told. For the wrong school though, Mr. Speaker.
You went to school, but you're not an
I'm told, I know you would not agree on that point, Mr. Speaker.
You went to school, but you don't think he was an athlete?
But I'm told that he was an athlete, Mr. Speaker. But education, particularly for Barbados and the region, certainly is a 4x4 relay. It takes stamina. The Honourable Member for St. James South can attest to this. It is a sector that requires you to roll up your sleeve, to dig deep. There will be challenges. There will be highs and lows, but you stay focused on that prize. How many times, Mr. Speaker, have you seen, for example, you're in that final leg of the 4x4. There are 3 competitors in front of you, but there's a whole stadium around you cheering you on. And you find something in there that makes you dig deep. And you believe now you're the biggest. Back in my time, it was Willan Louis. And you could run around the stadium and come and win the event. That is what education is. All right? So I simply just want to say that this, for us, Mr. Speaker, is a major and defining moment for health in Barbados. And I want to commend the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central for what he and his team have been able to do to help us to get to this point. And I'm obliged to you.
Honourable for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank honourable members for their contribution. If it was possible, sir, for me to raise in a point of order to clarify for the record, sir, I just want to let you know, sir, that indeed I held the 200 meters record from 1995 until 2013 at school, so under 20 boys. But be that as it may, sir, so I get the sprint analogy quite well. But sir, this debate, I think, was timely today, especially in the presence of the young students that were here earlier in the day. And I think certainly the honourable member for St. James North in reinforcing the point that, one, the value of education is critical, and therefore we cannot take for granted in the context of a relay race that we do have to make sure that we encourage our young people to understand and appreciate the value of education. And the point that we are simply trying to make with respect to indicating to Barbadians what things cost. Because I made, I made the point, sir, at Common last week, that when I was at school, teachers came to school and taught us, sir, in the midst of a significant structural adjustment program, receiving an 8% cut, and at no point in time did I ever perceive, when I was at school in the 90s, that those teachers were giving anything less than their best, sir. And therefore, it is important to appreciate the value with respect to the education that you are receiving, and therefore we cannot take it for granted what it takes to be able to help deliver that. And therefore, one of the things that we are going to be doing more broadly is to ensure that citizens understand fully exactly what it takes to be able to deliver these public goods and these public services. And so I support the work that's being done by the Ministry of Education to bring greater sensitivity, simply because, sir, as you well know, a number of people had to drop out of school, university, simply because they were not prepared for any changes, and therefore it came as if it was, well, it really was something out of left field with respect to how families were able to, or unable to make any decisions with respect to helping to keep young people engaged. The honourable member for St. Michael North clearly outlined all of the, well, not all, but most of the work that has happened with respect to the government's commitment to the QEH over the course of the last 7.5 years. We too have negotiated with the credit unions a specific facility to be able to purchase additional equipment for the QEH. And those resources people will experience on a daily basis without recognizing that the financing for the acquisition of these things have been done with respect to ordinary Barbadians, sir. Because the credit union movement is ordinary Barbadians. And we developed that specific intervention so that ordinary Barbadians can contribute to the financing of the improvement of delivery of health care in the country. And in so doing, you get better health, but also you get a rate of return on that investment. And therefore, we crafted that solution, which is also helping being rolled out now with respect to acquisition of the equipment at the QEH. And therefore, this is not esoteric discussion, sir. We have engaged Barbadians directly by working with a number of credit unions to raise capital to be able to help outfit the QEH with respect to the loans. Other honourable members raised issues in agriculture. The member for St. Michael South Central spoke to the enfranchisement opportunities that such a captive market can have in the area. And that is the type of inclusive growth that is part of why we have been so focused on getting the right interventions in a timely manner. And the truth is, sir, we would have loved to have done this 3 or 4 years ago, having come out with the grace period as I indicated. But COVID and a range of other competing objectives meant that we had to take the time to find the right financial innovation to be able to deliver this. And so I say to Barbadians that as we roll out these opportunities, it is something that we need to be able to bear in mind that whilst we want to press on with the business of delivering these things, it does take some time to be able to ensure that we find the right financing arrangements to put in place to make these things happen. I should remind the House, as the Honourable Prime Minister in one of her interventions made in the chamber, that in 1994, and I told this story last Friday at the speech day, sir. I voted in 1994, sir, the day before I went into Upper Six. And I didn't know then, sir, that the previous government, the previous Democratic Labour Party government, had committed to removing tuition fees at the university. And I made the point to the students, sir, that one, at that point, I was interested in pursuing music. And I spent a lot of time in my guidance counselor's office trying to find funding to do music overseas. My mother, at the time, obviously could not afford for me to pay to go to no university. But I did not know at the time that the government had committed, and it wasn't that the World Bank was putting the condition on the country. This was a condition that the Democratic Labour Party, sir, put on the table to negotiate as part of the negotiation for that loan. And the Honourable Prime Minister, in saying to the Prime Minister at the time, the late Right Honourable Owen Arthur, saying, well, sir, this is the policy matrix that was agreed by the previous government. And clearly, the Honourable Prime Minister and the Minister of Education, and now Prime Minister, obviously went back to the World Bank and said to the World Bank, well, we need to be able to get this sorted. And the World Bank, it is at that point that the World Bank informed them that it wasn't the World Bank condition, but one from the government. And therefore, that particular policy intervention was removed from the matrix, and all of us in this chamber are familiar with how the process works, which still allowed the loan to be processed, the last loan to be processed from the World Bank, in spite of the fact that the previous government had committed, volunteered this particular action. And therefore, it is important, sir, that the Ministry of Education inform parents at all levels as to what it takes to deliver education in this country. Because it is not just the fact that there's a zero bill, but given that the last Democratic Labour Party administration successfully introduced tuition fees at University of West Indies, which had a cascading effect on many Barbadian families, it still has an impact on Barbados today. It is important, sir, that we let people know what is at stake, because should some extraordinary circumstance happen in the future, they would be advised in advance so that they can make better informed decisions, sir, at the appropriate time with respect to the future of their families. And so we don't take this lightly, sir. We do not take this lightly. And therefore, this resolution before the House intended, one, earmarked to focus on the infrastructure development with respect to the expansion of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to deliver more and expanded services to the country is critical. The second resolution, sir, which is a policy-based loan supporting the work that we already started, with respect to further developing resilience socially in the country, gives us greater flexibility with respect to being able to address the matters related to the social sector. And therefore, again, whether in education, whether in citizen security, whether in housing, whether in the directly within the social empowerment agency that it has been formed, the government has flexibility to be able to deliver on these things. And so, sir, I am happy to have had the opportunity to listen to my colleagues put on record what government has been able to achieve in a key number of areas, and I look forward, sir, to us being able to continue delivering for the people to ensure then that they know that we have their back. And so, with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Honourable member, this relates to the first resolution
The first
relative.
order number 11.
Order number
Yes,
11.
yes.
The question is that order number 11 resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Get a resolution. Order number 10.
Order number 10, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, to move the passing of a resolution to approve in accordance with the provisions of the Special Loans Act, Chapter 105, the borrowing by the Government of Barbados of the sum of Barbados $100 million by way of two loans, each of approximately 50 million Barbados dollars from the OPEC Fund for International Development on the terms and conditions contained in an agreement, the main provisions of which are set out in the schedule for the purpose of financing the program to strengthen social services in Barbados too.
Honourable Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Question is that this resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Order number 12, sir. In the name of the acting leader of the House, to move the passing of a resolution that the Honourable the House of Assembly concur with the Honourable the Senate that A, the Tourism Accommodation Bill 2025 and Barbados Tourism Product Authority repeal Transfer of Assets and Liabilities Bill 2025 be referred to the Joint Select Committee standing on economic and productive sectors, and B, Standing Order 28-4 of the Standing Orders of the Honourable House of Assembly be suspended for the duration of the deliberations of the committee on the bills and any matters connected thereto. And C, the committee be empowered to consider the principles and merits of the bills and to report no later than 3 months from the date of its reference. Let's move that this resolution do not pass.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable member. Yeah. What is that? Some report, yeah. Honourable member Christchurch East Central.
Committal government papers.
Honourable
Oh, okay.
member Christchurch East Central.
Oh. Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I'm commanded to lay the duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Lisa Scott order 2025. The duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Nosumudiana Ayeri, order 2025. Duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Corinne Critchlow, order 2025. Duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Watney Woods, order 2025. Number 132 of 2025, duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, the Maria Holder Memorial Trust Order 2025. Number 133 of 2025, duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Bethel Senior Citizens Home Order 2025. Duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Chickmark Foods Limited Order 2025. Number 148 of 2025, duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Sanitation Services Authority Order 2025. Number 146 of 2025, duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Barbados Revenue Order 2025. And number 145 of 2025, duties, taxes, and other payments exemption, Corey Marshall Order 2025.
You can recommit to.
Yeah, to do the notices.
To government notices.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Christchurch East Central.
Sorry, I beg to give notice of the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2025, the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Bill 2025, and the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Bill 2025.
Recommittal of first readings of bills.
Honourable Christchurch East Central. Bills.
Mike. Yeah, Mike.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of the National Payment System Amendment Bill 2025, the Central Bank of Barbados Amendment Bill 2025, and the Economic Diversification and Growth Fund Bill 2025.
Questions that the aforementioned bills be read the first time. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Recommittal of government business. Yeah.
Honourable for Christchurch. Best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've now come to the end of government business for today. I will now adjourn until Friday, the 12th at 10 a.m.
Seconder. The question that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Friday, the 12th day of December, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Friday, the 12th day of December, 2025 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.